Welcome to another Felt Alive video workshop. We are going to make a little needle felted Santa Claus today. He's got a lot of character. He's a simplified version of some of my other Felt Alive dolls, and he's really fun to make. We're going to focus a lot about making a jolly face and a little chubby body, and all that goes with a Santa. I'll talk to you about options if you want to make him more of an old world style. The traditional Santa with the long robes, or more of the Americanized version. I think that's what I have here. Santa I remember from my childhood growing up in Alaska. He used to deliver our packages in person because the story was we were the first stop. One of the first stops on his way out of the North Pole. So I'm sure we all have great memories of our Christmases when we were growing up, and making Santa is a great way to relive those memories. So this little guy, he's pretty fun. He stands on his own. There's no wires, yet he's flexible. We don't have to sew anything. It's all sculpted wool. And he will be hopefully a family heirloom for many years to come. They're very durable. They should last for years and years and years. Having said all of that, Santa is anxious for you to bring him to life. So let's start out by talking about materials and supplies. One of the things I love about sculptural needle felting is that it really takes very few supplies and materials. Our supplies are going to be a foam felting pad. I have some nice high density foam. All of these supplies, by the way, are available on my website, so you don't have to chase all over looking for them. This is a high density foam felting pad. I have a standard size one. I think it's about 8.5 by 11, something like that, 9 by 11. And what I've done here is I've cut one in half and I've pinned it to the top. This is simply so I can keep everything centered so I don't drift off camera range, which I tend to do. So this just helps you see everything better. If you like how this looks, go ahead and buy two and cut one in half, and you'll see that it's kind of nice. I kind of like felting like this. So anyways, we have a foam felting pad, and then we need felting needles. Now this is a 40 gauge triangle. It's considered a fine needle. It's pretty fragile. You can see how flexible that is, and they do snap and break easily. So as we proceed with the lessons, I'll teach you how to do your best to avoid breaking the needles. This is my workhorse. I use this gauge needle most of the time, so if I don't tell you what needle to grab, assume I'm talking about the yellow one, the 40 gauge triangle. Now here we have a 38 gauge star blade. I mentioned that this was the triangle. That means this has a triangular shaped blade. There's 3 blade edges. This one has 5 blade edges, although you can't see them. You can't see them unless you really examine them closely. But this one, because it has more blades, it has more barbs. And this particular gauge needle, these barbs start closer to the tip than the other needles. So this is good for surface work. And the last needle I use is a much stronger. It's a little bit longer as well. This is a stronger needle and longer. This is a 36 gauge triangle blade. I use this one mostly for attaching parts or deep and fast felting. So those are the needles that I use. They do break easy. The biggest way I break them is when they're at rest in my felting pad and I bump into them. I just get so busy working that I don't set them far enough off to the side. So you'll probably see me knocking into them and moving them throughout the lessons. It's something I struggle with, to keep them out of my way, to keep them from breaking. And I sell them in sets of 6. 2 of each gauge because they break, so it's nice to have a spare or more. So, and I call them Felt Alive Super Duper Felting Needles, and once you try my needles, you'll see why I call them Super Duper. Let's see, moving along. lollipop sticks from my kitchen supply store. These are for making candy. I have 2 sizes. I use these for things like fingers, wrinkles, lips, things that I need long tubular shapes. I form the wool right around these. So I like to have a couple sizes, and if you can't find these, wooden skewers work as well. And even those little coffee stir straws that you get at restaurants, those work too. I like how these work the best, so that's why I always have these on my felting pad. Another thing to have nearby is a small set of sharp scissors. I don't cut much wool, but when I need to trim off a little end or something, this is the ideal thing to have. So that's it for supplies. So let's move along to materials. The only materials I use in needle felted sculptures is wool. Everything is wool. Everything you see is some type of wool fibers. I prefer wool in batting form. And think of quilt batting. When I talk about batting, it comes in wide sheets. I prefer it over roving, which you can see some roving right here. Roving comes in long ropes, and the fibers are neat and combed in one direction. I do have a use for roving. I use it in some very small quantities for eyes and shading and details. I use it for hair because these nice long comb fibers make beautiful hair on dolls. So there is a use for it, but I don't sculpt with it because these nice orderly fibers tend to shrink along these lines, and then you get grooves and stripes. It doesn't shrink evenly, it shrinks one way, one direction only. Where with batting, you can see the fibers are all messed up. That way when you needle it, it all shrinks evenly. And you don't have to worry about lines and grooves. And the needle holes don't show as much. When you make something by repeated stabbing actions, there's little holes that show. And this batting tends to relax the holes out. Now you can get lots of different kinds of batting. I prefer, I've narrowed it down, I've shopped and shopped, I've tried many types of wool. This particular wool comes from Europe, from the Norwegian breed of sheep. It's classified as C1, meaning it's one of the highest classifications of wool. It's grown just for the short summer months, so the fibers are shorter than if you allowed the wool to grow all year on the Norwegian sheep. They get very long fibers. Their fibers grow very long. And these are very crimpy and rather coarse. And the felting needle loves felting this stuff. And I find it has a nice sheen. It finishes well without a lot of fuzzies. And it's one of my other criteria for picking wool is how easily it pulls off the bat. You can see there's not a lot of long stringy fibers that I'm going to have to deal with. It pulls off the bat really easily. It's very easy to form into shapes that can be needle felted. And I love this stuff. And it's sold on my website as Dream Felt Premium Felting Bats. And when I say premium, it truly is the cream of the crop when it comes to wool for needle felting. It comes in some great flesh colors. This is the lightest color we're going to use for our Santa. He lives in a northern climate, and he tends to be rather pale, so I chose our premium felting bats in a light flesh tone. So that's some of the wool we use. Now on the inside of all my projects, rather than using this premium beautifully dyed batting, I have found a really nice batting. It's not dyed, it's rather dull and yellowish, but it's very lofty. It's almost spongy. Again, let's do this test. It pulls off the bat quite easily. It forms, it's got a lot of strength, it stretches tight. You can easily form it into the shapes that will form the core of your needle felted creation. And by the core, I don't mean that we've stuffed it or anything like that. I mean we shape all these little, so here we go. This is made out of core wool. All of the limbs, everything is made out of a core wool, and then we cover it with this more expensive premium batting. saves money, it makes needle felting a much more economical hobby. And this stuff needle felt so fast, and it's just wonderful. I couldn't get by without it. So this is sold on my website as Dream Felt core wool batting. So it comes in 3-ounce packages, and for this project we need roughly an ounce. So you'll have plenty to do, several Santas. Our premium batting is sold in either 2-ounce. This is a medium flesh. It's either sold in 2-ounce packages, or here's a 1/2-ounce package. For this project, I would suggest to get at least a 1/2 ounce of flesh tone and at least a 1/2 ounce of red for the suit. You're going to need small quantities of black for the boots. Again, and probably a 1/2 ounce will work. I would go ahead and buy extra wool for the suit and for the flesh. Go for an ounce. This is an ounce right here, and an ounce of this flesh color, and an ounce of core wool, and 1/2 ounce of black. And let's see, you're going to need about a 1/2 ounce at the most of this is beautiful white short fibered merino batting. Let's see, I've used this for the trim. I've also used it for the teeth and the whites of the eyes, and on the mustache. You can do the beard. I've done the eyebrows with it too. I did the beard with a roving, but you could do the beard with that as well. I use it in almost all of my characters because it's just bright white, nice wool for eyes and teeth. So 1/4 ounce to a 1/2 ounce of that is good to have on hand. And so the last thing that I recommend is getting a Dream Felt Doll Maker's Detail Kit. This has brown C1 a little bit. I use it to define things like add depth behind the mouth. You can see there's dark back there. It's in the eyes as well. So it's always nice to have some of that around. This kit does offer the white merino. It doesn't really have enough. It's good for lots of eyes and teeth, but if you're going to do your trim on your Santa, you're going to need more. It also has a nice selection of merino roving for eyes, blush, shading. You've got a nice collection there. It takes such a little bit of wool for that. This pack will last you through several dolls. So that's it for supplies and materials. So we're ready to begin. So we're going to start out making all of our core body parts for our little Santa. So it's going to be a little while before we get to the fun details. This is kind of the busy work, and what we need to do is make a series of parts. These are the parts it's going to take to put our Santa together. We have, if you notice, they're kind of similar. They're egg shapes. The start of all of my projects starts out with egg shapes. Some eggs are longer and thinner. Some are fatter than the others. Let's give you an idea of what we're doing here. There's a little body. Here's some little feet, and we'll make some little mitts later. So these are the parts we're going to make right now, and we're going to use our core wool. Like I said, I have about an ounce that I'm planning on using up for this, for all of these parts. So the first shape I like to make is the largest egg shape. Now this one, it's important that you get it shaped nicely, and you get it felted well enough to where it's fairly solid but not hard. You can see I'm squishing with all my might, and that's about how much give it has. So that's a good guideline for you to go by. So so let's get all of these other parts to the side here, and let's just give you the first lesson on making eggs. So we're going to take this batting and turn it into egg shapes. So I mentioned earlier when I was introducing the materials for our project about how wool pulls off from the batting. So what I want to do is start pulling off wool from this big vat that I can easily shape into eggs. So rather than grabbing with my fingertips, which will pull off long strips, I want to grab with my whole hand. You can see how I have the grip under there and here. And if you try to pull it and nothing happens, it means your hands are too close. So spread your hands apart a bit. Give it a good tug. Now what this has just made is a sheet of wool. And you should have one roughly the size of your hand. If you pull off something that's too big, simply rip it in half and you'll have 2 sheets instead of 1. Now all of these parts are going to be made out of these sheets of wool, so I like to prepare plenty of these little sheets ahead of time, and then I can tell you to grab 1 sheet, 2 sheets, or perhaps a half a sheet. In that case, you take 1 sheet that's roughly the size of your hand and tear it apart, and there you have 2 half sheets. And if you can always put them back together too to make that 1 sheet. So I'm preparing mine into sheets here. And you'll see, you'll come upon some of these little, they've probably started to felt themselves in the shipping process, so you can just fluff those right back out. And those are okay to stick in the middle of a sheet. Alright, I have my batting prepared into sheets of wool, roughly the size of my hand. It's this one's a little smaller. So what I want to do is I want to take 4 of these sheets and stack them up. 3, let's see, there's 4. They fit into my hand, they're not running down my wrist, there's not too much hanging over. You can see what they look like. Well, there's the 4th one. So the idea here is we're going to compact all of this air out. It's so lofty, this wool just holds a lot of air. We're going to compact a whole bunch of this air out while forming it into an egg shape. That was a little bit of tough getting away from me, so I'm just going to pile it on the top. So what I do to form this into an egg, I get it corralled into my left hand. You can see the bottom of my hand. I've got it spread out, trying to hold as much as I can, but I want enough left over my thumb and across the top of my fingers. This is going to begin the first fold, the first step, starting the egg shape. So I need enough to fold over my thumb, and when I fold it over, you can see I'm using the whole length of my left thumb, and so I've got my thumb pinched in there. I'm going to let it go a little bit and pull my thumb out of there. Now you have a nice fold. Go ahead and adjust it if you want. You don't want a big air pocket in there. So now we're going to start bringing these fluffy ends into the middle and start forming our eggs. So I'm going to use the side of my hand. I don't want to fold these. I don't want these obvious grooves and lines. You'll feel bumps inside, lumps inside your egg always. So you want just a nice smooth fluid pull. You can see that. And these fibers are strong and stretchy, so I was kind of gliding my hand over it when I'm doing this to stretch those fibers. Now I'm going to get my other thumb out of the way. You can see it's already starting to form an egg simply because how my hand is shaped right here. So now I want to do the same thing on the other side, just stretch and pull. Adjust my grip. So I've gone over once from the top, once from the left to the right. Now I want to go again from the top, right over my thumb. This time it's you have to pull your thumb out of there a little bit sooner. So you should be starting to get a tail of wool down the middle. I'm going to pull this over one more time to the left. I don't have much here on the right. I still want to give it another pull. You can see I'm stretching these fibers and I'm pulling them tight. I have quite a bit of tension on it. I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to squeeze so hard that I get white knuckles or that it hurts my thumbs. Just enough to keep it together. Once you've wrapped it, and if you loosen your grip, the air is going to, the bowl's going to expand, it's going to become full of air again, and you'll have to start over. So I'm holding on tight. It hasn't expanded, and I have this nice little tail here that's going to form the center of the egg, and it's going to help keep all of this into shape. So I'm just wrapping this tail around, and now it's time to lay it on your felting pad, and this is when we start needle felting. So I have my fingertips on that tail. I don't want to let that go. So here's the our first step in the actual using the needle for felting, and you can see that I am jabbing the needle in and out. I mentioned there's the shaft and the blade. Well, there's no sense in going any deeper than the blade because it winds up pushing fibers right into the pad. You don't need that. You just want to felt them right into the surface. So keep in mind where your fingers are at all times because it does hurt when you stab yourself. You can draw blood pretty quickly too. It's nice to have alcohol and band-aids around, especially when you're first getting started. I stab myself when I'm not paying attention mostly, looking away, thinking I can keep felting. So you can see I haven't let go, I'm still holding this down, and I'm just giving this side even needling. A trick, one thing to prevent yourself from breaking the needles is if you poke in, don't try to jiggle it or change directions. You can poke in at any angle that feels good to you, but pull it out at that same angle, so that therefore you won't snap that tip right in your piece, and your needle will last much longer. If you find you've bent your needle, you can still use it bent, just don't try to unbend it. Don't try to straighten that thing out because that's when it'll snap. So I've gone over that tail end. I'm just rolling it along. You can see I'm keeping one finger here, a couple fingers pressed onto it until I'm sure that when I let this shape go, it's not going to expand back out into a bunch of sheets of wool. Now, what we're going for is a very triangular egg shape. It's kind of even flattened. So now is a good time to start getting it into that shape. What I want to do is I'm pressing with my hand. I'm pressing it. I'm flattening this egg. So while I'm flattening it, I'm going to go back and forth over the surface. You can see that I'm going in just a nice pattern back and forth. It gives good even felting while I get this egg into shape. Now that's a little lumpy, lopsided there. So I'm going to squish it here. Now here I'm going to grab for my black needle because I want to get this into a better shape. And this one I said is for deep felting and fast felting, so I want to felt deep in the middle. And this is the exception to the rule about not changing angles once you poke your needle in. What I'm doing, this is called a jiggling action, and I'm changing the angle. And the tip of the needle is inside here, and it's felting those middle fibers together, and that way it's going to hold its shape. So switch back to the yellow needle. This does my general all-purpose needling really well. It doesn't felt really deep. I just am getting this shape into shape. And so the thin end, we haven't really even messed with this end yet, but I want it quite thin. It's going to form where the legs attach. And if it's really wide, these legs are going to be way far apart, almost like a baby wearing diapers. So you want that. We don't want that for our Santa. We want him to have normal looking hips. So we want this end pretty thin. So let's start shaping this. So what I'm doing is I'm pressing it down into my pad, pressing while I needle felt. Keeping in mind the direction that needle is heading in relation to my fingers. It's kind of like cutting with a kitchen knife. You got to be aware of where your fingertips are in relation to that blade, or you're inevitably going to cut yourself. So now I'm going to start forming this into this nice little triangle shape. What I'm doing is I'm kind of holding this end up so I can work on a taper. I want to taper this all down. And if you notice, I'm rolling this shape around and pretty much holding my hand with the needle in the same place. And I like to rest it on the edge of my felting pad as well. If I try to jab like this with big swings in my arm, I'm really going to hurt myself. So I have a pretty light touch. I try not to grip onto this needle too hard either. So just enough to keep it from slipping out of my hands. It seems like the more gentle you are, the least aggressive, the less you will hurt yourself. It should be fairly soothing, relaxed motion. So you see me checking and squishing. Like here I feel a pocket of air. You can see how easily my finger squishes in there. So I just want to try focusing on this area. What I'm doing is trying to push fibers from other places in this shape over into that soft pocket. And see how that pierces through. You don't want to be holding on there. So again, be aware. This first shape takes a lot of manipulating to get it right. And I will show you how to add a little bit of wool if you feel like if it's too small, or perhaps it's not wide enough on the top, which this one is fairly narrow on this top. And here, this spot I was talking about, my reverse needling or whatever I should call that, didn't quite work. And I need this evenly felted all the way around, so I don't want any soft pockets in there. So it's easier to add wool on if my attempts to fix that didn't work. So let me show you how to get this top into more of an egg shape. What you need is another sheet of wool, roughly the size of your hand. So I'm going to lay this on, but I don't want to add any more to this thin end, but I do want to add a little more to this fat end. So here, just like I started before, I'm going to fold this while stretching it right over here, and pull it around. You're going to have that tail again. You see I'm trying to get this into a nice shape on top. You pull that tail right around. Got a little groove there. We'll needle that right out, and it will get hidden if we don't get it all out. So let's get this tail down so this sheet of wool doesn't pop right off this egg shape. So I'm gently pulling my fingers away. So let's work on this top. I want it to be fairly flattened out. You see, that's where the head's gonna go. It's going to form the collarbone and the shoulder area, so we want this rather flat and squared off at the top. So your shape's not going to be exactly like mine, but the idea is you want it well felted. I can't scratch fibers off the surface, so I need to keep going over this until it's about this size and shape. Once you've gotten your basic shape made, you've kind of made yourself like a ball of clay. So if you want to stretch and make that end a little narrower, just squish it and needle it before it expands back out into the shape you've already formed. You can squish it and you have a few seconds to get it needled in to hold that shape before it expands out. So go ahead and go over that till you have a nice egg shape. Let's see, this black needle is about 3.5 inches long, so this is about a 3.5 inch long shape. So the next shape we're going to make is the egg shape for the head. For this one you only need 2 sheets of wool that are roughly the size of your hand. So it's the same exact method, and it never hurts to have a review. And just so you know, I get frustrated with this step too. I have to start over on my eggs quite often. The wool doesn't always cooperate, and it is one of the most difficult things to learn in needle felting, how to corral all this wool into a manageable shape. So again, I'm holding it, my left hand, and bring my right thumb over, get a nice fold made, adjust it if necessary. So stretch and pull those fibers over to the left, stretch and pull those fibers over to the right, down the middle, and the left, to the right, down the middle, to the left, to the right, and let's bring this tail right around and make this the middle of the egg. So Santa, the Santa I remember from my childhood had a rather round, chubby face. So I'm going to eventually get this bit of wool shaped into more of a rounded egg. But the main thing is getting that first shape and those fibers tacked down so you can start sculpting it. So we're a little ways off of that, and I showed you in the first egg all the techniques you need to know to shape that egg. I'm going to go ahead and squish it down and do this jiggling action in the middle. And I'm going to keep felting, squishing, poking, all those things until I get it to where this will be the top of his head, this will be the chin area. So, and you can also squish and poke with the yellow needle. It does more surface felting than that black one. But just roll it around. It's easier to roll the shape around than to try to always be moving your hand all over the place. So keep that in mind. Which is getting in the way. And keep going over the whole surface of this until you have a nice little egg shape. And if it was too small, you can add more, just like I showed you before. If it's too large, it's pretty hard to take wool off. So if you feel it's way too large, don't despair. I would go ahead and use it if it's smaller than your body. A lot of my Felt Alive dolls have big oversized heads. It adds character. I think it's an adorable look. And if it really feels too big, then just start over. You can always use this in another project. So rather than trying to fight too long shaping your wool, if it's wrong, it's wrong. And it's easier and faster to start over. So keep going over that until you have a nice head shape. So the next shapes we're going to do are these long, skinny, pointy eggs. We're going to have to learn how to make matching shapes, close to matching shapes. They don't need to be perfect because they are going to get covered. They will be covered with layers. So the main thing is we want them the same length, because these are going to be the legs, and if you have one leg that's way longer than the other, your poor Santa's going to topple over. He won't be able to stand on his own. So, so we need to get some more eggs done, and the process is the same as the big eggs. There's slight differences. So, rather than start with a whole sheet of wool, I want you to start with one sheet of wool roughly the size of your hand, but tear it in half and stack those two shapes together. And because this shape is long and thin, and we're using less wool, you don't need the whole, you won't need to, you'll use your fingers more than the sides of your hand. So here I'm holding it just like I did before, and I'm gonna fold it over. I'm gonna kind of use the edge of the tip of my thumb rather than this part. Just roll and stretch those over. Again on this side. And then I went over again in the middle, and now I'm going to roll and stretch these over. And what I'm doing is I'm using the length of my thumb to keep this shape long. I don't want it fat, I just want it long. So, pull and pinch these over. I really want to make sure that I don't have too much wool on this end. This end needs to stay thin. So I want to work all of this up, make sure to work it up towards this way. So it's hard to explain. It's easier to watch. So here I'm grabbing hold and I'm pulling this. Give a few more wraps. Here we can go over the edge. Again, I'm forcing this up towards this end. So look at there. So if I let that go, it'll just expand back into those two sheets of wool I started with. So now I have the issue of getting these needled into shape without letting it go. So I'm going to lay it down, and I'm just going to hold the length of my finger right down on it. The tail is right under this part of my finger here. Give a little half roll. I'm not ready to let it go yet. It's pretty close. There we go. So just keep needling this shape now into, it's much fatter than this one because I haven't needled it. Give yourself about 5 to 10 minutes to needle each one of these shapes. You want them nice and well felted, fairly solid, but with some give. You see, I can hardly squish them, but they do have some give. So the ends tend to be the least tightly wrapped, so you really need to go around to get those felted. And once you go over the whole, let's see this one too, it's a little tighter. This is going to be a fat Santa leg if I leave it like this, or I'll show you a little trick. And fat Santa legs, are just fine because Santa tends to be a jolly Jolly old elf. Isn't that he's a chubby guy. Santa, in my memory, was quite chubby, quite robust. So, I've mentioned before that once you get an egg shape, it's somewhat like having a ball of clay. And what I'm doing is like I was making a clay snake, just rolling it, and look at that, it's changed that shape. It changed it, but wool has a lot of memory, so if I don't needle it some more, it will go back. It will shrink back to that fatter size leg that I had. So what I'm doing here is just holding my hand in one place while I'm rolling this egg. I don't want to work too long in one spot without rolling it because it's going to flatten your egg out. You don't want flattened eggs. You want them nice and round, nice and tubular, rounded. And the best way is just to poke while you're rolling it. This end is quite loose here, so and again, I showed you how to taper that end. You kind of got to hold the wide end up a little bit as you roll. Now, if this is going to be the leg, then this is going to be the ankle. So you want it well felted because you don't want his ankles to turn or anything. You want to be able to stand on his own. So this part has to be well felted and strong. So I'm just focusing on this bottom half for now, and then I'm going to turn it over and focus on the top half. Again, somewhere, it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes of needling a shape into shape. Little vegetable matter. I don't worry about it in these in decor shapes. They'll be covered. If they bother you, go ahead and pick them out. Usually by the time you get your shape felted, that little bit of vegetable matter pops out. And vegetable matter usually comes from the field where the sheep was raised. This wool is very clean. You're not going to find any sheep dung in it or anything like that. I've purchased wool before that had lots of that in it, and I don't find it too enjoyable to work with. So my sources for the wool I sell on my website, very high standards when it comes to clean, lovely wool. I don't mind a piece of straw or hay every now and again, but dung's another matter. So repeat, that's all these steps for this egg, and make one that matches. If your second one comes out somewhat smaller, well, it can be used for the arm instead. You don't have to have them. This was my egg that I'm gonna use for the leg, and this one that I demonstrated is much bigger, and that's fine. It'll just make my Santa a little bit taller, a little bit chubbier. The main thing is that I need two of these that match. So if I came out with my second one that was not matching at all, and I've showed you how to add more shapes, to add more wool, I rarely want to add on to the thin end, so I just hold that little bit of wool right near the end and just wrap it and stretch that end around, and then I would needle it and keep adding it until it's the right shape. I don't want to add a whole bunch at once. It's easier to add little bits at a time. So that's how you make shapes match. This is still really soft. It's dense here, but I have a lot of air left in there. It's going to shrink down a little bit more. So these ends, like I said, they tend to be the most loosely wrapped part of it. So you really got to work on those ends to make them strong and well felted. Okay. There we have one leg. So your challenge is to make the matching parts. It's got a nice even density all the way along. It's got some flexibility. And there you go. So when you go to make the smaller arm shapes, you need slightly less wool. There's a half a sheet of wool, just one half a sheet. So I'll show you one more time. This one I folded a couple times before I start going to the edge, start working on the edges here. Every time I fold it over, I fold it a couple times. I don't want to draw too much into the middle right away. I don't want it too fat in the middle. I do want it nice and thin here. This thin end of the arm will be the wrist, so that needs to be pretty thin. So it's kind of getting out of hand there. So there we go. Again, lay your finger down the length of it while you get that tail and those ends tacked in. Give it a little roll before you let it go. See, that tail wasn't quite felted down, but I can still pull it and wrap it around tight. The tighter you wrap it, the less you have to felt it. If you wind up with your egg shapes like so, they're really loose. You don't feel much resistance when you poke in, even though it's felting it. It's going to take you an hour to get this needled into this shape. So it's better to start over. You can always pull this apart and make sure that you've really stretched and pulled. Same amount of wool. And it will take much less needling to get that into shape. So, once you're all done, you're going to have 2 matching leg shapes and 2 matching arm shapes. A torso and a head. So once you have all your body parts made, we're going to make some feet shape. You can see there. I make them bigger than what the feet are going to be in the end. And I usually put fairly big feet on my characters. It makes them stand easier on their own. Santa's got a great set of boots. We'll get to that after we get the body all put together. But he needs some nice sturdy feet under there. So this is a much different technique than making those egg shapes. And what we want to do here is get 2 sheets of wool. Let's see here. These are about half sheets of wool. kind of spreading that out a little bit. There's a half sheet. This one's a little bit thinner. I'm going to add a little bit onto that. They should be the same thickness. I'm going to add that little bit right onto there. So let's see, let's compare it to this 3.5-inch needle. That gives you an idea of where we're at. So I have these 2 sheets of wool laying right on my felting pad, and what I want to do is I want to actually draw in a foot shape with the needle. Now you're not going to have one as reference sitting in front of you, so I'm going to set that aside and pretend I don't have anything as reference. I'm not particularly artistic when it comes to drawing, but I think I can draw in a rough foot shape. So what I want to do is I'm using my felting pad as a tool to hold the wool into this line I'm drawing. So it's just take little short strokes. Here I'm forming the top of the foot, coming around. I go back and forth a little bit as I go, coming around. I want to make a long heel because this heel's going to wrap up around the bottom of the leg and form the back of the ankle. So here I go, and I'm going to meet up with the area by the toes. You see that? Repeat on the other side. Make a matching foot. And these don't have to be exact. There's a lot of room for sculpting once we add the layer, the black for the boots once it's on. They just have to be roughly the same size. So now we have them drawn in. Now we have to deal with all of this fluff and make these shapes so that there's no fluff on the ends. So it's a simple matter of, let's see, I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. I have a little too much wool to pull over there, a little much hanging out, so I'm pressing hard on this shape so I don't pull it out of the felting pad. I'm going to go over it one more time. So now start gently folding it over. You can see, it's kind of hard to see, I'll try to pull it back. Like right here, you can see where I've driven fibers into the pad. So I don't want to pull beyond that. I just want to gently fold it right up to that line and start needling it in the center of that shape. And as I go, just start folding it up, following that line. Now, I'm felting right into that felting pad, so I don't want to go really deep. I don't want to drive those fibers so deep into the pad that they'll be hard to pull out. Or worse yet, if you drive them too far and felt it too much into the pad, you're going to pull out chunks of your pad when you pull that out. You don't want that. You want your pad to last a long time. So be careful. You don't have to go in any deeper than maybe half of the length of the blade. That crunch, that loud crunch, is the needle going right into the pad. Going into the wool, it doesn't crunch quite as loudly. So you can see I'm felting these loose ends down right into the center. Let's see, let's work my way up right over here to the toe. And see how easy that is to form a nice flat felted shape with no fluffy fibers anywhere to be seen. So repeat on the other side the exact same steps. If you have a lot of wool hanging over and it's going to make your shape really thick, again, pull off a little bit. You can always stick that right back on your batting and use it again for something else. So again, go around the whole thing. I'm speeding this up for the video's sake. Go around the whole thing, and once you have that all felted down like this one, then it's time to pull it off the pad. Now if you notice, I'm pulling it pretty gently. If you look at those fibers where they were stabbed right into the pad. Peel it off of there gently. See how fuzzy that is? That's how the needle works. It pulls fibers from up here and drives them right down. So turn that over, and with a much lighter touch, you can see I'm kind of holding it at an angle. You can't hear that crunching too much. I don't want to force them right back through the front. I just want to felt this a little bit more. It's all going to get covered, so don't worry about it. Just want to make sure this side's felted too. And when you're done, you will have two little foot shapes. So here are all the body parts you should have made. Oh yes, the feet too. Feet have to go in there. They don't all fit real well, but so those are your body parts. Let's see, let's lay on this 3-inch needle, kind of give you an idea. This Santa's probably anywhere from 7 to 8 inches long when he's all finished. So now that we've done that, this is the bulk of the hard work, all of these egg shapes that we've just made. And now we're ready to start on some needle felting fun. My favorite part of needle felting is creating expressive faces. I'm going to teach you tricks on how to make a happy, smiling, jolly Santa face with rosy red cheeks and piercing blue eyes and a laughing mouth with some teeth, cute little button nose, all of the things that embody the Santa of my childhood. So what we're going to want to do is set all of these body parts aside except for the smaller of the two main egg shapes, which is the head. So one of the things I didn't mention in the supplies that we need is a sewing needle. I never sew with this needle. I never put a thread in there. I do use it for squishing the wool, for manipulating features. I use it a lot, and we're going to need it right now. What I want to do is divide this egg in half to give me a guideline of where the eyes are going to go. So I just press that into the wool. This needle won't break. It might bend a little, flex a little, but it won't break. So I'm pressing a line in, and eventually that line will expand right back out and you won't even be able to see it. So what I'll do is take my yellow needle and go across and needle a couple times, just like so. This is going to give me a guideline to work off to build the face. So from the side you can see it. I haven't cut the egg in half or anything. I just made myself a nice little guideline to follow. So now you want to reach for your flesh tone, and we're going to be using very small sheets of wool for this. If you look at it in relation to the size of my hand, I'd say it's at the most a quarter of a full sheet. And it's not quite as thick as some of the other sheets we've been working with. So the first shape we're going to make is a shape to start the nose. Now all these shapes are rough until we get all the features on and it's sculpted, so it's not really going to look like a nose right off the bat, so be patient. So I have a nice sheet of wool. It's not so thin I can see my finger through it, but almost. I can almost see the shadow of it through there. Of course I can see it through the ends and this fluffy stuff, but that's okay. So what I want to do is I want to fold it over right in the middle once and then twice. This is going to form the tip of the nose. I want to fold it over once this way and once to this other side. So my idea here is that I have this little tip of a nose. I'm going to lay it down. I'm pinching it together, and I'm going to take my yellow needle and just gently needle these folds together. This is going to be the back side of the nose, so you'll never see this part. I just want to needle it enough, so I'm holding it up just a little bit to kind of round off that end, and needle that seam together. And so the end should be kind of a triangle shaped piece of wool with the felted end. It has a little density because of those folds, and all this fluff is essential for attaching it onto the face. So this is going to become the nose, the tip of the nose. Now I want you to pinch all these fibers together, and this is going to become the bridge of the nose right between the eyes. And this part's a little bit tricky. So I've got it pinched. I'm pinching right down onto that line I made on the egg. You can see a little bit of the line sticking over on each side. That's the guideline I was looking for. So very carefully, just take a few fibers. You can tell I'm just grabbing just a minimal amount of fibers from the side of that nose and pushing them right into that line. Now again onto the other side. And just tacking it into place while forming the bridge of the nose. Kind of looks like a Muppet nose at this point. Now take these fibers, this is going to form the brow bone and the forehead. So I just want to smooth them out with my fingertips and just gently tack them down along the edges. Again here, just smooth them out and gently tack them down. Definitely has the look of a Muppet. Okay, it's a little off center. I don't worry about it too much now, but just took a little poke to fix it. Was just slightly off center. We can. So the next thing we're going to do is form the mouth, but to form the mouth, before we do that, I want to define behind the mouth, where I've showed you I have this little bit of brown back there to give some depth. Well, now's the time to get that on there. And so you're going to need a little bit of merino, excuse me, not merino, but a little more of our premium felting batting in a nice brown. Chocolate brown's a good color. If you don't have chocolate brown, but you've bought some flesh tones, the dark flesh color is another good one. Get this open here. This comes in the Doll Maker's Detail Kit. We have a 1/10 of an ounce here, which would do a few dolls just for the brown features. So what I'm going to do is just pull a little bit off. I just need a little sheet. Tiny little sheet. I'm going to rip that up and double it so it's somewhat thicker. Pull these fluffs off. I don't need... It's hard to explain what I'm doing here, but what I'm going to do is lay this under the nose where I know the mouth is going to be, and I want to needle this on. It's going to be covered except for where the mouth is open, so I don't want to spread it out all over the face because it can show through that flesh layer. So I just want it concentrated under the nose. See, these fibers want to drift up. Just pull them over gently. And so you want to go over this to where it's flat and even with the egg shape. I don't want it sunk in, and I don't want it bulging up. If you put too much wool on there, it's going to be bulged up, and it's easier to just pull that off and start out with a little bit less wool than to work with a big bulge of brown. And it's important to go over this a couple times and get it nicely felted, because you don't want these brown fibers, loose brown fibers sticking out of the mouth, and that would look weird. We don't want that. So just a couple passes over should tame down any of those brown fibers. So it's just laying right flat on the egg. So now we need another sheet of wool about the same size you used for the nose. And we're going to make the start of the mouth. We're actually going to make this whole upper mouth. When I say mouth, don't think of lips. It's the actual part that hangs down beneath the nose and ends above the teeth. So to do that, we're going to use part of the same technique that I used in the feet, but a little modified. So you're going to need to lay this out on your felting pad. And what I want you to do is draw a line. Now this line is going to be the edge of the mouth. So the rule of thumb is our mouths go from the center of our eye. That's where they end. So this is going to shrink a little bit. So let's see. Let's use the needle as a guideline. So the tip, let's see, a little bit longer than the blade. So I want to make this just a little bit longer than that. It's just a rough guideline. So there's going to be the edge. Now what I want to do is gently fold it over, just like how we did for those feet. Don't pull too hard. You should be able to feel with your hand back there. I started the line right here, and I ended it right here. It's real easy to feel it. So I'm going to take my needle right where I started the line, and I'm going to work my way out just a little bit. Around, kind of a half circle, smile type shape. I want to end it right where I ended that line, like so. So you have this little half moon drawn into your wool. So now just take your needle and go back and forth between the line and the edge to compact all the air out of this little mouth shape here. And it's very seldom I put upper lip color. I put lower lip color on, but it seems like when you're smiling bright, your upper lip rather stretches out and can nearly disappear. So our Santa's going to be smiling brightly. We're not going to worry about lip color on this upper shape. We will when we get to the second part of the mouth, though. So plus, this is all going to get hidden with a mustache too, so we just don't need to worry about adding much color to that. So you can see I'm going over and I'm going real shallow. I don't want to have to pry this off my felting pad, but so here I'm going to lift it off. You can see I'm just gently pulling it off. And there's those fibers again that were driven down through and right into the pad. Kind of almost bristly. And these are real important to get them laid down. We're not going to have any other opportunity to deal with these. So here's the front side that we just felted. Turn it over on its back side and use your finger to pull those fibers back. And I've got my red needle here. You can see I'm holding it about almost flat with the felting pad. And what I'm doing is I'm needling these loose fibers down, but I'm not poking them through to the front. I don't want to recontaminate that front with these bristly long fibers. I'm just using all these blades and barbs just to tame down those fuzzies. You go over that enough times till you can't see they're gone. You can't see them bristling out anymore. Of course it's wool, you're going to have some fuzzy, but you just didn't want those long bristles. So this part's a little interesting. It's kind of hard to see it until you get it all together. What I want you to do is pinch the part that you felted, this little half moon shape. And my fingers are real gently pulling these fibers, fanning these fibers out. And then I want to clean up any ratty stuff. I need these loose fibers to attach this to the face. So I want to find that edge. Here's where I stopped that felting. So right there is going to come right below the nose. You can see there, right here is where I stopped felting. There's that half circle. I've got it centered. And there's the little tip of the nose under there. So what I want to do is tack this in right where those nostrils are going to be. This just holds it on there. And now take these loose fibers, go back up to the bridge of the nose and give it a good pinch. Careful not to stab yourself. And a few pokes right on the other side of the bridge. And it's already looking silly. And that's all we need to do for the upper mouth right now. It looks crazy silly. So we're going to start on the lower mouth. So again, you need the same size sheet of wool, roughly. And we're going to make another line drawn right into it. But this time we want a nice smiley mouth, so we're going to give it a little curve. You want it about as long as the upper mouth shape. It's real important to get it drawn right in the center because you need this fluff all the way around to attach with. So there I've got this curved line, and I really want to make sure these corners are down because it's a little harder to pull down against this curve than it is a flat line. So pull this down and give it a pretty good, you have to kind of pull and that pulled out. If it pulls out, I was demonstrating too much. But the idea is I want to start in the middle of this curve, so I'm pushing right up against it. I'm using my fingers to keep that in shape, into a curved mouth shape. And this bottom part is going to form down around the chin. So just keep going a little bit. Yeah, I didn't draw in that second half moon because I just needed to start pulling it right up against that right away. So this is the same thing, pull it off, turn it over, use your red needle after you've pulled those fibers back just to tame down those fuzzies just a little bit. So we want our Santa to have some lip color. So I'm taking this Doll Maker's Detail Pack here. And I'm going to look for a nice lip color in here. I see a pretty pink. I think he'll have some nice rosy cheeks. If you bought the Santa kit, you're going to have the nice more of a red lip color in there. But it's not necessary. This Santa can have some real rosy cheeks. If you have merino on hand, or if you bought some specifically for this project, this is more of a maroon color roving. It's going to be fairly well hidden, so we just need a nice pinkish color. Red looks a little bit garish, so avoid red. I avoid using bright red and black in faces. So I have this really thin strip of roving, and here I've grabbed my thin popsicle stick. I want to pull off some of that roving and set that aside. That can be used again. Let's see here. Probably need a little more. Give them a fairly nice thick lip. So this is just really wispy wool. So the idea here is we're going to form this over the stick. We're going to make a nice tube. So you can see I folded it right over so I can pull on it. I want some tension. Now I'm starting to roll it around, kind of keep it fed in. And I'm pulling on this tail as I twist it. So you can see the spinning action. This is felting it, so I'm not going to have to do a lot of felting when I pull it off the stick. My fingers are warm, there's a little moisture there, and this friction of the spinning action, I'm spinning it still in the direction I rolled it. If I go opposite, it's going to undo it. So a few spins and then pull it right off the stick, and now you have this little tiny tube. So I want to take this little tiny tube and stretch it out just a little bit so that it's going to run along this shape. I'm going to turn this shape a little bit. So the yellow needle, what I want to do, this is called the attachment stroke. I'm holding the ends of this lip. What I'm doing, I've laid this right up near the edge of that mouth. I'm just taking, just kind of like I did along the nose, and attaching this on. Just tacking it on, really. Going right up to the corners. And you see it kind of messed up the shape of it a little bit. Well, that's okay, because we're going to pull that back into shape. I want to turn it over. This is a little tricky to get this end down. What I want to do is I'm really pressing, kind of stretching and pressing. I want some tension to get these shapes nice and even. I'm taking this red needle and I'm just felting down the edge of the edge of the mouth, so I can take and pull these fibers right down over. It doesn't take a lot of work, a lot of poking to get those attached. So, a little piece of vegetable matter right there. That'll be hidden by the beard, otherwise I'd probably dig that out of there. I try to get those out as I go, but I missed it. So, I'm just making sure that I haven't contaminated the front of it too much from that poking on the other side. Let's get this red needle. This is merino roving, and it's very fine. It takes a lot of poking to make it behave. barely poking it, but it's working. So there we have a little mouth. We have more opportunity to sculpt it once we get it on the mouth. Let's see, I see this end's loosening up a little bit. These little loose corner ends will be hidden under the upper mouth, so don't worry too much about that, but I just saw that it was wanting to pull off right there. And now would be the time to fix it. So hold on really tight to the corner, and you want to fan this all out again. Just like you did the top. And if there's ratty stuff, pull it off. I'm just holding on to everything there. See what I mean about ratty stuff? Usually when you fold and shape that wool, there's a little bit of this stuff that comes off. You can bury it back in your batting and reuse it again. So where's my little face? So now, ho ho ho, it's starting to resemble a face. Pull this upper sheet up a little bit, and you want to overlap just where the corners meet. Those felted edges meet. You want the top to come right over the bottom part of the mouth. And so this is kind of tricky. Keep your fingers out of the way and just gently stab right. I don't have it laid down on the pad, I'm just stabbing right into the air, so I don't want to stab my hand, but this is attaching these two pieces together, and you come from the back side without felting the life out of them. So it's just really tacking them together. Now again, pull it over to the other side. Bring this wool down. You can see how it's overlapping. Again, stabbing right into the air and not into my finger. This is taking these two sheets of wool and making them one. So, that is one funny looking face. So the next step is going to be, a little bit of loose fibers there, is shaping this and dealing with all these fibers, but we have to build up some cheek structure and chin structure. So that will be our next step. So we're going to make some little cheek shapes. They're actually going to go under this funny flap of a face, and so all this nice stuff can form over it, and you'll have really natural looking cheeks. We're going to do a little chin too while we're at it. So what we need are some very small pieces of wool that are the same size, close to the same size. You want your cheeks pretty much the same size, or your face will be a little bit lopsided. So this is a really easy step here. So what you want to do is just take and start folding all these fibers towards the middle as you turn. And you're going to make kind of a disc shape. All the fibers right in the center. So we're going to take this flap and we're going to peek under it. There's the eye, so we know the cheeks go under the eye. Here's the mouth. So I'm thinking the cheeks should go right about there. So pinching that and holding it on, you're going to use that same attachment stroke that you use to attach the lips, the lip color. That is just going right along the perimeter and pulling in enough fibers from the cheek to hold it into the core of the face. There it is. I didn't needle it in real strongly because I may have to move it around, shift it around a little bit. So again, repeat that that whole step. So peek up under there and get it in line with the other one. There's that line of the eye right there. So I want that cheek well below it, so I'm going to kind of force it. So let's see how that's going to look. Something's feeling off. This one needs to be a little bit closer. It was kind of spreading out too far back on the face. So let's start sculpting these loose fibers down. This part is fun. This is really when you're getting into needle sculpting, and you need to use your intuitions to see a face, to see profiles, to see how a nose lays on a face, how it might be shaped, how the line of the lip matches the whole shape of the face, and even the cheeks. So when I start sculpting, I start tacking down these fibers around the nose. I'm really loosely coming around the cheeks. Now if you run out of fiber and you don't have enough to cover those cheeks, all you have to do is just take another little sheet and lay it right out. Just go right along where the nose matches and just gently tack those in, and then you have a nice sheet of wool that's going to cover. I didn't have that problem, but I didn't add much more to demonstrate that. So anyways, take a couple pokes on either side of the bridge of the nose as you go down. If you do try to go all the way along the bridge of the nose on one side first, you're going to have a lopsided nose. So I find myself turning this thing over a lot and looking down the bridge of the nose and felting this way. This keeps the nose from crawling up the face, and it's going to give you some natural flares of the nostrils. So I'm going to go ahead and sculpt right around there. And we're going to go down in here a little bit more. Go ahead and try and define those nostrils a little bit. We're going to really define those after a little bit here, but we're just trying to get this sculpted. So I see an issue here where the cheeks are making this a real indent here. So I want to take a little more of my brown wool. I want to raise up the palate of the upper lip, the upper mouth. I don't want him to be missing a palate there, an upper palate. He kind of looks like he might have a cleft lip. So what I'm doing here is I'm just taking this little bit of brown, let's see, take this little bit of brown roving, and I just want to form it roughly into a little tiny tube that will hold that mouth shape up into place. So before I get too much further, I want to put it right up between those cheeks. I like to build the face flap first and then add all this structure, because you may or may not need it. You don't want to build all this structure until you can kind of see what the purpose is. So that brought the palette out a lot more. It's not sunken in and it's much cuter. So now I want to start sculpting down around here. And we're getting ready to, look how cute that is already, to get a little, we need a little chin. So like we formed the cheeks, actually the chin is easier to shape, more like the nose. And I want a little bit of substance, so I pulled off that first and I decided I needed to double that. So you see it laying across my fingertips about how much it is. I found this the most difficult thing about teaching needle felting is teaching how much wool to pull off. It becomes intuitive over time, but when you're first getting started, you want to know just how much. How big of a piece? How many inches long is that? Well, just lay it across your fingertips, and that should be good. So if you recall how we did the nose, was we made one fold down and another fold down. And we folded it over and laid it on the pad and needled those folds together. So I always kind of move the shape. This keeps me from flattening it out too much. I don't want it flat. I want it to have a little body. It's going to be completely hidden in there, so what I did there was just held on tight and pulled off that extra fluff. I want to kind of fan this out so I can go lay it right where the chin's going to go, right here. I'm just holding it in place. I don't want that to fan out over that brown. I still want that brown to show. But I want it to fan out over the bottom of the egg. So I'm leaving enough loft that we can sculpt that. See, it's kind of sunken back. I want this chin to be up just a little bit further, so I got my sewing needle. I'm going to pull it up. I may have to cover that with some brown. I'm going to, because I can see it back there. Now, I could have made that chin with brown, but it's very likely that brown would have shown through once I spread that wool around it. So it's easier to just add a little more brown right now to make sure we can see his smile and have it defined, some depth defined back there. So there. So this is starting to come out a little bit. I want to bring these corners up a little bit. Now it's time to start sculpting right over that chin shape. So you don't want to pull anything too tight as you go. You just gently work these fibers down. A little thick wool right there. So just tacking all these loose fibers down, and look at there, we're starting to get a cute little face. So we have a lot more sculpting to do on this face. I want the corners of his mouth to be fairly deep. Stabbing into those nostrils, flattening his nose out just a little bit. We usually have lines, especially when we're smiling, from the corners of our nose right down to the corners of our mouth. And rather than just stabbing at a line, I like to just work right up into it. Here I'm working up a smile. Take my sewing needle and pull this up more into a smile. Holding it there. You can see I'm tacking these right under the upper lip. He's got a funny little grimace. Let's make a match on this side. I'm trying to avoid stabbing into that needle, that sewing needle, because I'll break my felting needle. See how happy he's getting already? So it's a little lofty and fluffy here, so I just want to keep sculpting. I don't want to poke at every single place. I want to keep his cheeks fat. But they need to be felted, so he's cute. So to keep this loft, I use this sewing needle. And I get this red needle here. It's a thicker gauge. It leaves bigger holes. I don't love using it. But I just want to get the surface felted just a little bit. I don't want it just to be fluffy wool right there. Let's switch up now to my yellow needle. It doesn't leave such big holes. And again, let's do it to this side. I switch back and forth when I'm doing surface work between the yellow and the red. I find even the humidity in the room makes a difference on how the wool reacts to the needle, so whichever one seems to be doing the best job is the one I go for. But usually the yellow one wins out. Let's sculpt a little. You can see that the direction that I'm poking the wool kind of forces it up more into that smile. And we can add things like dimples and stuff, but we will wait on that until we get some coloring put on and until we get the eyes. So let's work on this nose a little bit more. It looks a little awkward. So I'm going to take a few pokes from one side to the other. What I do on one side, repeat on the other. So I need a little more of my brown wool. I'm going to define these nostrils. So when I say a little, I mean a little. Maybe a fingertip full. What I'm going to do is I'm not rolling it, I'm not even really rubbing it, I'm just adding, just moving my thumb and finger together just enough to give a little friction. And what this is doing is concentrating that down. All these wild loose fibers, it concentrates it down. And so this will form the definition of the nostrils. I had enough for both nostrils there, I believe. So what we're going to do, get this one concentrated down a little bit more, is I will lay that right under the nostril. I want to start poking it right in the center, but I kind of want to make a triangular shape. If you think about what a nostril hole looks like, just kind of triangular, comes right down to where your mouth starts, where the upper part of your mouth starts. And as I needle that in, it's making this part flare out just a little bit. And so repeat for the other side. I'll show you my Santa here. See? That really holds that nose right into shape too, that all that needling to get that brown into place. Really defines the nostril flares, defines the whole nose. So we're going to keep sculpting as we go, but the next part we're going to start thinking about the eyes. Santa, I feel, has fairly deep set eyes, so there's that line right behind there that we made. So what I want to do is just needle out a little bed for his eyes. They should be the same depth. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to work on the bridge just a little more. Again, this is sculpting. If I see something that didn't look quite right, and I like to fix it. What I'm seeing here is he's got more wool right here than on this side, so that's an easy fix, and it's much easier to fix it before you get the eyes on. So I'm going to take a little sheet of wool and make a little mattress, kind of little stack of it. Maybe pull it apart again and again. I want there to be a little bit of depth to that. So I'm going to lay it out right in the eye socket, tack it in gently, and then pull it around and tack that in. That made that even. It's real important to get these even, and those little sheets of wool are amazing for helping you do that. Work on the forehead area just slightly, just to make sure everything's rolling along evenly. Starting to form the bridge of the nose where the forehead meets the nose. Use my sewing needle to pull things into shape if need be. I'm thinking of an eye socket and brow bones. That sewing needle is one handy tool. If you tried to do any of that with your felting needle, you would go through so many felting needles from breaking them. And it's essential to do it. Wool is so forgiving. If you've needled something too deep, or you can pull it right back out. If you've sunken a shape in too far, it's easy to fix it. So the back of the head's a little messy. We haven't got there yet. It's just where we've been tacking down all these shapes and loose fibers. Start looking at the side of the head. Make sure the profile's looking good. If something looks wrong, it probably is. The one thing I'm seeing wrong is the back of the head's too flat. So we are going to fix that here in just a moment. This one is, I added this bit of wool, and I need to flatten it out a little bit more to make it match the other side. So let's add a little bit to the back of the head to make sure that it's not a flat-headed Santa. So again, I'm taking and ripping this up into a fairly thick, lofty little bunch of wool here. And I'm just going to, let's see, clean it up a little bit more. Find a good place to lay it right across the top of the forehead. Again, all this is easier to do before you get the eyes in because you don't want to be working around well-made eyes when you're attaching these fuzzy ends in. So our heads tend to be bigger on the top and they get thin back where our neck goes, so I added it to the top so it can work its way around to the back. If you ran out of forehead, if you don't feel you have enough forehead there, you can always add more wool just like I did, and it gives you taller head and more forehead. You have to be careful not to keep adding and adding and adding, or you get a giant head that's way too big for your body parts. So add a little, and if it's not enough, then add a little more, rather than trying to add a whole bunch at once, if that makes any sense. So the head's not looking quite so flat anymore. And we're going to put a lot of Santa hair on in a hat, so that's going to make that all rather irrelevant, but it's good to get the shape right. You don't want to build up a head by just putting hair on in a hat. You want the shape pretty good first. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of looking in the light, and all these sheets I've added some loose fuzzies that I need to get tamed down here and there. You'll see that I poke it a lot, holding the needle almost parallel to my work. That really tames down fuzzies and gets a good shape without stabbing. If you stab straight in, you tend to compact the wool too much in one spot. So this light touch I have with the this needle sculpting part really helps me not overwork the wool or kill the wool. I keep this lifelike quality to it. Whoops, I just stabbed right into the lip. I didn't want to do that. Let's just pull that right out again. Let's see, I like that shape I had before. See, I'm using this needle again to pry the wool into a shape that I like it. He's a jolly old elf, so we have to make sure he looks jolly. Look at how fun that is. So our next step is going to be the eyes, which are quite fun. So I'll let you keep sculpting away until you feel like your Santa's face is coming to life. We're going to do a lot more work once we get the eyes on, but it's important to get the eyes in pretty soon so we have an expression to work with. So go ahead and get it sculpted. It shouldn't be hard. You should be able to manipulate the features. He's so cute already. He's so happy. So go ahead and sculpt for a little bit and make sure that all the fuzzies are tamed down, and then we'll get busy with the eyes. The next step is the eyes. After we get the eyes on, we'll work more on developing this face into a Santa face, because it looks like a small child right now to me. but you'll be amazed how fast that changes. So we're going to need some white merino batting. I mentioned in the beginning that it's good to have some for the ruff, the decoration on your Santa. It makes great furry trim. It also makes great eyes. So if you have a bunch, you don't need to dig it out of your doll maker's pack. If you have that doll maker's needle pack, you'll have a little package of it. Either way, what you want is a small bit of wool. A small bit. There you go. I want to tear that in half to make 2 small bits because we're going to make 2 eyes. Now that's a lot of wool. We don't want to make eyeballs. We want to make flat pads. As you build up the color, it'll make the appearance of eyeballs. So here what I'm doing is I'm flattening out a nice little shape right where I want the eye, making kind of a eye socket here. So if you make eyes really close together, it gives kind of a goofy look, but if you make them way far apart, it looks more like a bird, or you can make them far apart, but if you're going to go for a jolly looking Santa, I'd say let's get them fairly close together. They don't have to be touching the bridge of the nose, and you'll see what I mean. So what I did is I made 2 little indentations. You can see where I want the eyes. Now I want to take about a fingertip full of white merino. White merino batting works better than roving because you're not going to get those stripes and grooves that I mentioned earlier in the workshop. So this is a little face, so I'm going to take this one step further and see how big that is relative to the size of my hand and my fingers there. So I'm going to tear that in half again. That's about perfect right there for 2 eyes. So you can probably already guess that merino batting goes a very long way. It takes such a little bit for these white details. So I'm going to do that same motion that I did for the cheeks. This is very fine fibers. It's kind of slippery and it's a smaller shape. So what I'm going for is a shape about where I needled that will fit into that space that I needled there for the eye socket. So just keep folding it and grabbing a hold of those loose fibers as you go. And it's hard to show you because I'm pinching it. If I let it go, it will all jump back out. So I'm going to lay this right into the socket, holding it in. Now I need my yellow needle, and here comes that attachment stroke again. I'm pushing those fibers right along the edge up into that shape, the eye socket. So that looks funny. I'm going to now do the top part. See how I'm pushing all those fibers right under itself. And it's making kind of an eyeball. If we would have tried to make a little tiny round ball in the beginning, we would have had a funny shape. So I'm not needling at all into this part. That's going to get needled as we add some color. So I'm just making sure that it's attached on there. And the more you go around, the more times you go around the edge, the smaller the shape becomes. You don't want it bulging way out, but like I said, it's gonna get flattened a little bit. So there's one eye. The start of one eye, I should say. Now let's repeat those steps. It's all tucked in so you can place it in the eye socket. Eyes are one of the most amazing parts of a needle felted doll. I get more questions when people see my dolls in person, especially, is how in the world did you do those eyes? And they're always amazed that it's all wool, all needle felted wool. And this is what I'm teaching you right here, and it really is amazing. So what I'm looking at now is I want these eyes to be the same size. I want them to be angled in the same direction. If one is angled up this way, it's always going to look funny. So now's the time to fix it. This one is a little bit angled up that way. So I'm going to take my sewing needle and pull it down just a little bit. Leave it poked in while I make my little adjustments with that attachment stroke. Simple as that. I just want them to look pretty even. So, kind of over needled there. The sewing needle I jabbed right in the wrong place. Gonna fix that. I want them to look pretty good and even. We're going to cover this with a lot of lids. So the next step is we're going to make the pupil, that dark spot in the middle of the eye. And what I use for the pupil is more of this brown merino. Not merino, I'm sorry, it's the brown premium felting bats that we used for behind the mouth. And we used it for the nostrils. We're also going to use it for the eyes. And just like I showed you for the nostrils, if you recall, we concentrated this with our fingertips. I'm going to pull two apart this little bit. I have just some wisps, really. These are fairly small eyes, and we need small little dark spots. So this is concentrating this wool so I don't have to needle it as much once I get it on. Usually once I start concentrating, I can tell if I have enough for one or two eyes. Let's see here. You want it to be a very, very nice dark spot, and sometimes it cooperates better than others. I just keep tearing off those loose ends. I don't want to have to needle all those in. I'd rather them be... See how eventually it came out? So I want to get another one. And I'm not rolling it into a ball. I'm just kind of rubbing it so it concentrates itself into a little flat piece. It's really starting to felt it. Those are pretty similar. So this is where we start to get more expression. We've worked on the expression of the mouth, but now we're going to work on the expression of the eyes. It's looking like a sweet little girl to me. So our little concentrated dark pieces of brown wool will go on the whites of the eyes. It's really silly looking already, and what I want to do is start making a fun expression. You see, it looks like this Santa's glancing up just a little bit. He's not staring dead ahead, straight ahead. So if you catch Santa glancing away just a little bit, you're going to catch more of that sparkle in his eyes. So, see what happens all the time? There's my dark spot. Santa, you're supposed to give things, not take them away. So I'm going to make this character, this Santa, glancing up and away a little bit. If you want your Santa looking down, you're going to get a natural downward looking glance, the eyelids are nearly closed. So you can do that if you like when we get to the eyelids, but I recommend looking somewhat up and out. So what I'm doing here is I have my fine yellow needle, and I want to attach all of these fibers down without sinking it into the eyeball, into this eye, the white of the eye. You don't want to sink it in. I just want to get these fibers down. And the reason I concentrated those fibers is it's easier. There's fewer loose fibers to get where you want them. So I'm going to switch to my, now that I have most of those fibers rounded up there and put into a center, this is just going to be the pupil of the eye. So I want to shrink this down just a little bit and get all these really loose little hairy looking things to be felted in. And this red needle, I've mentioned before, it has more barbs. They're closer to the tip. And it's a heavier gauge needle. It's a little bit stronger. I can use it a little more safely to pull, to shrink this shape down here and to get this nicely felted. You want this, if you recall how we did the brown under the mouth, we wanted it just flush and even with the surface. You don't want it sunk in, nor do you want it to be bulging out. So this takes just a little bit of effort, and if you still find you have some loose fibers, we can trim those up, but I'd want you to wait till we're done with the eye, because a lot of them might get hidden with the next steps. So there's one eye, pupil of one eye glancing upwards. So if we make it glancing upwards over here, this will be a googly-eyed Santa. We want him glancing in this direction. So I'm going to put this one on the same side of the eye as I put. See it right away when I'm starting, I see that I have all this loose fiber right there. I just want to get rid of it. I don't need all of that. So why work harder than I have to? Get it off while I can. So I'm going to make this one glancing up and over in the same direction. I find it easier to start out with this yellow needle. It seems to give me more control. But again, I've mentioned before, you play around with those needles as you're learning and exploring all these techniques, and you'll come up with your favorite needle. And if you find yourself sinking it in too far, just use your friend the sewing needle to pull it back out. You can get these eyes more into shape, both glancing in the same direction. The pupils aren't quite going in the right direction for me. I need to keep working at this. This one needs to be a little bit, this one needs to be reduced just slightly, this pupil does. So I'm not feeling it with that one. So they're going generally in the right direction, looking the same way. And as I get the eyes completed, we'll perfect that. We'll perfect the glance. So the next thing you need is a small bit of merino roving. Now the Santa from my childhood had sparkly blue eyes. I'm not sure what the official word is on Santa eye color, but I think blue is a safe bet. So you should have a couple shades of blue in your doll maker's pack. What you need is some blue. Here's a couple shades that I've got out of my doll maker's detail pack. I'm going to go for this nice bright blue. There's a bright one there. So when you're shopping for merino roving, I like to buy, if you buy a 16-inch length, it'll last you many eyes. These doll maker detail packs will too, but you don't get to choose exactly the colors you're going to want for eyes. Okay, so with this little bit of merino roving, we're going to make the colored part, the blue of Santa's eyes, and that's going to go around the brown. So if you see here, I've pulled off a small bit, and I'm going to break that in half yet again. But the idea is I'm going to want it to have color around this iris. And to do this, I need to reduce this much like I did the brown, just with this little friction, little rubbing action here. This begins the felting. Your needle doesn't have to work quite as hard to put those fibers into place. What I don't want to do is I don't want to roll it. I don't want to turn it into a yarn. I want it flat. It's just flattened and reduced just a bit. So I want to hold it tight and tear off those loose ends. Let's lay those aside. Just kind of tidy them up with a little more friction. Now I'm going to use my yellow needle because I feel it gives me the most control, especially with these really fine merino fibers. So I want to start near the top of the pupil, holding this in my hand, and I just want to gently tack down these first loose fibers right up over the pupil. And I need to hold on to this tail as I go. And if you can see that, I'm starting right around the outside, right around the edge. I don't want any white to show between the pupil and the iris. The iris is the colored part. If I have my eye anatomy correct. So what I'm doing is I'm keeping a hold of this tail, either by holding it, I'm just pressing it in. If I don't hold on to it and needle it, random loose fibers will get pulled. I'll show you what I mean. And it's going to all mess up. Well, not all mess up, but it's going to cause you to have to go in and straighten out this. You can see here in the zoom, it's just messing up that nice concentration. It's loosening up again. So just hold on to it and go around, work your way around the entire pupil. And the reason I'd like you to work your way around rather than laying it out first in a circle and then needling it on, you don't have anywhere to allow it to shrink except for right over the pupil. So, and that, it just looks messy when you do that. So just work your way around instead of trying to lay it out in place first. And always start needling from the pupil out and try to keep it an even width. So it's really thin right in here where I started, so I'm going to work my way right around there towards this way. Now is we need the trusty scissors. I don't want to try to pull that off like I've used my fingers to pull wool off through most of these instructions. So I want to taper this a little bit. I don't want to cut it in an abrupt straight line. I'm going to take a few snips at it and continue laying these fibers in. Cut ends of wool fibers are much harder to felt in than torn ends, so keep that in mind. Don't be tempted to cut everything to avoid pulling it apart. So now I've got it all laid in place with my yellow needle. Now I want to do some surface work. Just want to hold on, I guess I'm doing just putting my finger right over the pupil. I don't want to felt any more on that right now. I just want to work in this this blue wool. Make sure there's those cut ends. They're already kind of sticking up again. They're really hard to deal with. So that's why that's why I take a few stabs at a few snips at the wool as I cut, rather than one abrupt cut. Even 3 would have probably been better than what I did. So I'm just felting this, just barely poking it in. and it's felting the surface of this eye nicely. Now I'm going to go over the brown a couple times and make sure it's got a nice shape around the edge. I'm just using such very, very short little jabs. It's the main use for this 38 star that has the barbs closer to the tip. And if you can see, I'm working it sort of around the rounded shape of the eye underneath. I'm not flattening this out, it's keeping a nice curve. And when you look from the side, you should be able to see a believable outline of an eye. I'm going to work on the shape a little more on mine from the side. And repeat on the other side. And so you have a nice clear blue eye. We will come back to it. We're not done with that eye by any means yet, but when you do something to one side, it's good to do it to the other side. I wouldn't want to complete a whole eye and then start on the other one. So repeat that whole process for the second eye. A little refresher. Use some friction between your fingers to reduce a bit of merino roving. Clean up the end with a quick little tear, reduce it again, reduce those fibers together. It's beginning the felting process, starting at the top of the pupil, using your yellow needle. Work your way around, get it all attached nicely. Snip with your scissors once it's done, and then go over it with the red needle until it's follows the nice curve of the eye. And when we come back, we're going to add the sparkle of life to the eyes and some lids, and really bring this Santa face to life. The next step is to put the little sparkle of life. It's kind of hard to see it in these Santa's eyes. They're very light. And he's woolly and hairy, but there's a little speck of light, like a reflection of light in there. And it's a simple thing to do. It's a very simple process, and you need your white merino batting. If you don't have batting and you just have white merino roving, just tear it up into as small bits as you can. And then what it's going to take is just a very thin little wisp that fits on your fingertip, torn in half. You're going to need 2 of these things, and what I'm doing is I'm just rolling them, actually rolling them. I'm not making them flat, I'm making them into teeny little balls, rolling them between my fingers. So you should have 2 little specks of white wool, and what I want you to do is just drop them right on the eyes. They'll stick. Now, this is something like placement is rather key. You have to picture where the light might be reflecting. And the rule of thumb is if it's reflecting off to the right here on this eye, then it should be reflecting off to the right on this eye as well. You could get a googly-eyed expression putting them on the outsides of both pupils. So a believable spot runs across from the brown right over that color, just a little bit, leaving some color showing on the outside. So I'm going to place this other one right over. Whoa, got away from me. If they get away from you, sometimes you have to quickly make a new one because you lose them easy. So I'm just going to take the yellow needle. It's the finest needle and the one I recommend using because it pierces through. When you rolled that little ball up, it got kind of dense, and those thicker gauge needles have a harder time piercing through it. And so I just want to pierce through it. I'm pushing it flat, it's flattening it out and pushing just a little bit of fibers into the eye. Again, your sewing needle, if you find it sinking into your eye, go ahead and get your sewing needle behind it and it'll keep your eye from flattening out. You don't want this falling out and you don't want it too big, so I'm trying to reduce it just a little bit with my needle to make it more look like a glimmer than a spot. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. And then I'm going to give the eyes a final cleanup to make sure they're in good shape before I proceed with the lids. So the different needling has made the profiles of the eyes a little wonky. This one's bulging out. Let's see if we can see it here. It's bulging out way too much right here. So I'm just going to go over that. I want to go fix it. I don't want to stab into the whites to fix it, but maybe pull some of these down just a little bit. That helps a lot. So things like that really make a difference on eyes. This one's looking pretty good. Now they're looking great to me. What we need is some dark brown merino roving. I use dark brown merino roving in nearly every doll. In every doll, not nearly. I use dark brown merino roving in every doll I make. Like I use dark brown batting. It's very essential. And in these situations, you might be tempted for dark accents and features to use black. Don't use black because black looks very unnatural. Dark brown is a much more lifelike effect when in your finished creation. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make, it's hard to tell, they're very subtle, but Santa has some dark lines right where his eyelids meet his eye, his actual eye. So what I want to do is pull off just a bit of roving. I need a thin line, and I'm going to felt it by rolling it between my fingers into a yarn. I got my finger slightly wet. I had a glass of water right there. And you can give it the old spit bath if you like. A little tiny bit of moisture helps. I wouldn't dip the whole thing in water, but a little bit of moisture on your fingers really helps this process. It's good to have a nice felted line. You can see it's getting kind of long, which is okay because I need it on both eyes. So I'm just rolling it, just trying to felt it just a little bit. I don't want the strands to be too separated. It's hard to felt those long strands in, so it's good to felt them first. So here we go. I'm going to split it right in half. You can cut it. I'm going to have to cut mine. It kind of felted strong. So cut it right in half. And then felt those ends just a little bit with your fingertips. Like so. Lay one aside. Probably have enough for 4 eyes. Probably have enough for 4 eyes because, so I'm going to cut that in half again. It just needs to go right across the top of the eye. And this helps set the expression, so we kind of need to start looking at thinking about the expression of our Santa. Most Santas I've ever thought of have very kind, smiling eyes. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make Santa's eyes smile. So we wouldn't put the line like this, because it might make him look like a devious Santa. Or if we put him way like this, we might have a really dopey looking Santa. We don't want him sleepy, but when you're smiling, your eyes tend to squint together just a bit. So we need him to look happy yet squinted together. So I'm going to lay this out. I'm going to cover a good portion of the eye I just made. And what I'm doing is just, I held this in place, and I'm going to make just a nice curved line over Santa's eyes. So you see I have this little bit, a little tail here. I'm just going to work that in rather than cut that off. I'm just going to work it in a little bit. It's going to get hidden soon anyways, so I'll use this other half. I'm going to start with the thinner part facing the corner because it's a more natural look to get this little thicker end out at the end here. So again, just right over the top of the iris and the eye, just that Glimmer Life looked a little big to me just then. When I see something that looks wrong, I fix it right away rather than trying to go back and remember later. So here we are on this other eye right across. And we don't need a dark line on the to highlight the bottom. It'll look like he's got some kind of makeup on or something. It won't look too natural. I rarely, unless I'm making a doll that I want to look heavily made up, that's the only time I line the bottom of the eye. So it's not something I'm forgetting to show you. We just don't do it. Fixing the eye again. Every time you add features, you have to sort of readjust the eye. So it's looking like a young little kid. It's looking female to me too. We're going to change all that. We're done with this brown for now, so we can get rid of that. We're going to change all that rapidly here, and it's really fun to watch this change. So what we need to do is reach for our batting in our flesh tone. So just pull off a little quarter sheet or just a small bit. Pull off. What we're going to do is make eyelids, and you already know how to make eyelids because I've showed you how to make the mouths, and the eyelid is the same exact technique as we used for the upper mouth, except for in a much smaller, thinner form. So I have a thin bit of wool here, and I want to pull off just a small amount and pull off an equal amount for the second eyelid. Might as well make them both at the same time. Thin this one out just a little bit. So what we're going to do is take the yellow needle and there we go. Those look about the same thickness to me. So I want to just draw a line that will be roughly equal to it's gonna follow this dark line. So it has to be long enough to follow that dark line. So what you do in one, go ahead and do to the other before you move along. So fold this line over and now draw just a small little half circle or semicircle right between where you started those lines, just like we did on the mouth, and then concentrate this down by needling it in between the edge and that line. Now eyelids are very thin and delicate, so you'll see that this is pretty thin, so you don't need to needle an awful lot. Certainly be gentle when you're needling it, that you don't sink it into your pad. So again, on this side, draw on that line and then fill in between the edge and the line. So really gently, these are such thin pieces that you have to be careful, really gently. I'm going to use the edge of my red needle to grab these fibers. This time my hand just doesn't, it's too thin. So really delicately I'm going these sideways needling strokes here with this red needle, pushing these loose ends up into the center of towards the fuzz. I don't want to push them through to the other side, so use that needle to direct these fibers where you need them to go. Just being a little stubborn. If it's a little fuzzy, that's okay because we're going to attach it. This is using the attachment stroke, so we need a few fibers to latch onto there. So you just want to get these long spiky things out of your way. and I will show you what I mean. So now hold on to that little bit you felted and clean up this line. Clean up this fuzz, I mean. You really don't need a lot of this fuzz for a good attachment on such a thin little piece. And again, do it for the other one before you move along. So those are going to be eyelids. So once we get them on, then we'll have a lot more opportunity to play with the perfect expression as well too. So what we're going to do is start, let's start on the inside corner. And that edge of your line where you started felting, you want to use that attachment stroke and attach it right to the brown line, letting some of the brown line show. See how when I stab in, I take just a few little short jabs, and then it's all tacked in so I can go right back around it and give it a few more little jabs as I go. So I want to leave it a little bit of like a lid there, so you see what I'm doing, I'm attaching it just where those loose fibers ended. And again, we're just getting this into place, so we'll have more opportunity to play with expression here quickly, but right now we have a lid. It's not in the shape or the size I want it. It's looking a little sleepy or dopey, so we're going to fix all that. Now let's see. What was the clean side? Remember sometimes which is the outside or the inside, the back, front or the back. So we're going to take this one and repeat those steps, attaching it right along the line, letting some of that line show. And again, remember where you felted it there and go along and attach it. And then just work all those loose fibers in. It's not looking too jolly, it's looking a little goofy. So now I want to keep sculpting. It's looking a little mean right through here. I want to make sure that these aren't angled down too much. And I'm going to felt that puffiness out of the eyelids. And focus. I'm going to start focusing down here in the bridge. This is a really nice magical step here when you start working on these eyes, on these eyelids. It's really important to focus on where the nose meets the forehead, and it's once you get that area done, you've got a really lovely face. If you find yourself having ridges or the bridge of the nose crawls way up above the eyes, you need to make some adjustments and make sure that the nose is believable and lifelike. So I want a little more brow bone here. So the first thing to try, there's a few ways to create brow bones, but what I'm doing is I have my sewing needle and I'm just working this wool over the lids just a little bit. Just reaching in, pulling a little bit at a time, stretching it over. Seeing if it'll give me some wool to work with. This is the beauty of not felting your parts really hard. This gives you a lot of leeway for sculpting when you need it. Just kind of pulling up little layers at a time, working that up. Whoops, I snagged some out of the depth. I'll be able to fill that right back in. No problem there. So I want to take advantage of this softness and start sculpting. You can see I'm squishing them pretty good. Start working on this bridge. Let me get this red needle because I really want to just work on the surface here. Eyes tend to be pretty deep in the fold right between the eye. I'm right next to the nose. So I'm going to start working on that, working my way across. Nice crease there. Fill this surface here. This is needle sculpting. Pressing and squishing and sculpting. See, I've been pressing on his chin. It looks like someone socked him in the jaw. I'm going to get back into the chin here soon. So his eyes are looking a little bulgy, not Santa-like, not smiley, because he's missing something. He's missing little tiny lower lids. So, like you made the upper lids, you make lower lids. But you want to use even less wool and make even smaller shapes because lower lids are really small. So this is, you're just felting with the wisps. Virtual wisps of wool here. So draw on the line, needle it over, and fill in a spot that's going to become the lower lid. You see how I'm pulling on that? I want to try to get as many of those raggedy ends. The C1 has some, it's pretty coarse, so it's got some loose random fibers. So gently pull those off. And switch up to the red needle. We're going to attach this down again using these loose fibers, so it's okay that they're there. I just want to make sure enough of this is felted and get these really long spiky ones dealt with. See, I'm just kind of dragging them over with that red needle. Okay, I want to clean up these edges just a bit, holding tight to that little lid, and bring the doll in, get these needles out of the way. So, smiling eyes tend to be squinted, almost half moon shape. We don't want to get in too sleepy. We're going to adjust all of that, but they tend to follow the line of the upper lid. He's going to look really sleepy, really dopey here for a few minutes until we get all this adjusted. Let's get this other one on there. Oops, I forgot to clean up the fuzz. It's very important to do that. You don't want those little globs of wool there. So, needle felting in those loose edges. Take this red needle make sure I can't see the eye beneath it. Needle felt those loose fibers down that were hanging off the edge of that shape. So we have some eyes. They're not looking too smiling yet. So let me show you how I find expression. I think possibly the eyelid's a little too heavy. And see how I'm moving that line up? I'm going to find one that looks a little brighter. Just lifting it up off of the iris just a little bit makes a big difference. I'm going to do the same over here, up in the same direction. Let's see, I got to make sure I get that eye, that line. You got to make sure you get that dark line to go with it. You might have to make a couple of adjustments on either side. And let's see, I want to bring all this into more of a smile. So, see, I'm using this needle, this sewing needle, to work the lid shapes, to work the expression of the eyes. This white of the eye just seems too big and it's bugging me, or this eye's bulging out, something's bugging me there, and I think that just fixed it. It made a little adjustment. Trying to just, where I stretched it out, I want to needle it into place. I want his eyes to be a little more deep set than they are. You can see Santa's eyes should be fairly far back in his head. So I'm going to pull these lids out a little more. His eyes are looking like they're bulging out to me, and that's not the look I want. So I'm going to readjust here, pull all this out away from the eye. Try to leave the eye alone underneath all this. Even press it in a little bit. See how that's making a big difference? It's easy to overwork the areas around the eyes, even just while you're attaching things. So this is a step I do a lot. And the nose is getting a little offset here. I'll fix that right now while I can. First thing, work on the nose. That really sets the face. So that just needs to be adjusted a little bit. Do the same thing just a little bit on the other side to make it more even. So that's taken away the youthful look. So why is that? Perhaps we need to lift up here a little more. See how I'm manipulating the shape of this eye? I think this is so fun because if you don't like it, you can manipulate it into a brand new shape or expression. Yeah, I'm a little more deep set than that. Eyes are something. Don't be afraid to work on them a long time, but don't felt them down to where there's no life in them. If you don't like something, use your needle to adjust it again. And I want them really deep set here between the bridge, so this is actually one of the areas I work the most on, is right in between the eyes. It gets the most dense, but if you feel your face, you're pretty dense right in there yourself. At least I am. So let me see, something is, this eye looks like it's pressing out a little more. If you see my method, there's a method to my madness here where I just keep rolling around making a little bit of adjustments where I see they need them. Sometimes taking a look from down the forehead, from up on the forehead down the bridge of the nose really helps to make it look like a believable Santa face. I think the eyes are just a little bit too big. It's making him look very youthful, so I'm going to shrink him back this way a little bit. Give him some more wrinkly look. This needle is essential. See, we're getting... he starts looking old and happy. This is one of my favorite parts, like I said, of needle felting, because you can just keep making these little subtle changes until finally you say, aha! You have an aha moment. I love those. I love aha moments. And where you have the Santa face, the Santa eyes that make you smile and go, oh, look at how happy he looks. Look at how sweet he looks. So I hope you can just watch me and learn a lot just from watching my techniques. It's so hard to explain every single step, but just watching me work and watching how this face evolves with these tiny little pokes that I'm taking, these little adjustments with the sewing needle. Sometimes I just walk away from my felting pad and I bring my little piece, my little creation, away from my felting table, maybe sit out on the couch and start pulling and pressing and felting until I get that aha moment. It doesn't always come quickly. This Santa face is not coming along so quickly as far as that happy expression, but we still have to add some features like some smile lines and wrinkles, those kinds of things, which will make a big difference. I'm going to readjust this so he's glancing over to the left and up again. He kind of lost that in all this sculpting. So you see I just pulled it over and then start needling in. Oops, that one already shrunk back on me. Get these corners of his eyes deep set. See how I just We get these corners of these eyes nice and deep set by poking, squishing together and poking. So I think we're going to leave it at that for a few minutes while we move down along the face. This chin area needs a whole lot of work. The expression of the mouth needs some work, and we perhaps need some teeth. So let's just keep sculpting this. We have some believable eyes. I want to see. I just caught something that looked like a seam or something that I didn't quite like, so this lid's just a little too heavy still right here for me. Okay, so now we're going to work on this chin and the mouth, this lower part of the face. And it's quite possible we'll get some teeth in. So I want to start sculpting at this palette a little bit. Make this nice little triangle shape under the nose. The nose needs a little more work. We've been doing a lot of work to the shape of the head and the eyes, and now it's time to refine this nose. The more you needle into that brown spot, the more the nostrils flare around it, and it's kind of a neat effect. Make sure the nose is all even and has a nice little flare. It's a cute little button nose. My Santa has a cute little button nose. If you feel your nose has shrunk up your face and it's looking like a little pug nose or a pig nose, this is a really amazing effect here. It can make a nose look far less youthful. Kids tend to have short little cute little noses. Look at that, it just changed the profile. So this process here can take several hours to get all the features even and just how you like them. Make sure to use that sewing needle. It's really great for pulling and prying and manipulating the wool to look just how you want it to look. So I've worked a lot on the eyes. Pretty happy with how they're looking. We're going to add some wrinkles, some smile lines that are really going to make a difference here in a few minutes. We worked our way down making this little triangle area. Clean up this line of the mouth here just a little bit. Working my way down. It helps if I push the sharp end of the needle into the wool. So another area with a lot of focus, as I mentioned, that in between the eyes is the corners of the mouth. These areas really define an expression. So I want my Santa to be jolly. So keep working. You know, and a lot of times, well, this wool has so much memory that it likes to shrink a lot, so you may have felt like you've done this step already. Don't hesitate to go back and do it again. The wool relaxes out, and sometimes the more you sculpt around things, then you have to readjust everything else. It's part of the fun of it. So I want to work on, now start working my way. Make sure these corners of the lower mouth are well tucked in. And I can't see any of these loose pink fuzzies anymore. Get these worked in. I want to keep in general the direction my needle going up into a smile as I'm working these things in. I don't want to fight against the smile that I'm creating here. So make sure some of this fiber goes with the lip. Now, let's see. Now I want to start working on this chin. Males tend to have bigger, broader chins than females, and youthful appearance, you'd have a really subtle chin. I want to give Santa a pretty good chin that we're going to be able to build a nice beard off of. So again, the sewing needle, I'm manipulating. I can feel that chin shape that I added. I can feel it under there. But I want his chin to jut out just a little bit. Rather than no chin line, I want it to jut out. See the difference that makes? Isn't it incredible? So here I'm going to squish in. I want to change this whole chin line and jaw line, so I'm pressing in pretty hard. I've got my black needle, and I want to do, I showed you in the very beginning of this video of reducing the size of an egg to make it fatter and shorter and fatter. So I'm using the same technique for this area. I'm sticking it in just this one area and jiggling. So that brought his chin out. Now, again, I'm just pressing and squishing. I'm going to felt the surface. The actual neck's going to be attached here, so we don't need to worry about that hole. But if you do have a hole that you want removed, pull up the wool, scratch it over, and you'll be able to needle it right away. So what I'm doing is I'm just shaping, giving this some structure so this chin line can jut out into a little further than it was. See how much that changed the whole look of this thing? So it's amazing. It's just amazing to me. So I'm going to keep working. I want a nice chin. Now I want to think of what his profile might look like as I work my way up, where I'm going to get ready to place ears. So I need the side of the head every bit as I need to pay as much attention to the side of the head and the side of the face as I have to everything else. If we forget about this whole area, your face is never going to look right. So think about what a temple looks like. You gotta make sure that's all sculpted in. And my face is starting to shrink. It had gotten kind of big when I had those big old eyes on there. And the cheeks were bigger, and everything, the chin was bigger. So now my face is starting to shrink a little bit. I could poke and poke all day long and reduce this head to the size of a walnut, I think, and it would be very dense, but it might be something fun to try. I like to just felt enough to get it into a great shape. So some stuff that it's picked up from rolling around here on my felting pad. Pull that off, and I'm just going to keep sculpting. So I have a nice shape of the head. A nice jawline is emerging. I'm going to work on that just a little bit more. Santa has a nice chin, but I want to make it a little bit more dense, a little bit broader. And they don't go flat across the face, chins don't, they curve. So if you can see how as you keep going along and sculpting one area, it requires you to go back and give another area a few jabs to make it all in balance. Now I want to look at this section here. Something's looking off to me. I want Santa's face to look good and chubby. So I'm going to pull these areas out just a little bit. Give him some good cheeks. So I have both arms wrapped, both legs wrapped. Before we get to adding the feet, we're going to add some definition to this body. Santa has, at least the Santa from my childhood, was rather chubby, and he had a nice little chubby belly. It's a rounded little belly. Little bellies are fun to do. So what you need is a sheet of wool, the flesh colored. Let's see, the fatter you want your Santa, the bigger piece of wool you need. I have a piece that's about half the size of my hand. So let me move this over here. So I'm going to start this somewhat like I started the egg. What I'm going to do is fold it over here, and then I'm going to fold it over from one side to the next, more like the nose. So what you have here is a pointed area there, a little triangle shape, and now just on this, you just want to close this little folded seam together. This is going to be the back side, it's not going to show, just needle it enough. I needled it shallow so that I didn't drive a bunch of fibers through the outside. It's kept it lofty. Now this is going to turn into the belly, and this is going to go into the pelvis area. So we're going to start attaching it using the attachment stroke right between his legs. You can spread them out just a little bit. You can grimace if you like. So try to get it into shape here so you can see what I'm doing and hold it at the same time. I want to go with the attachment stroke right up along the inside of that leg. Before I go too far, go back to this side. Right where the leg meets the body, follow that line up. So now you can see it's going to give him a belly. So you just you want to keep this lofty, and just take your fingertips and kind of spread these out to the side. The side of his tummy should go right over his hips, so you can kind of add some strength right there to that hip. So what you do on one side, go repeat to the other side. So you can see I'm wrapping this right over crossing over from the leg and the hip, crossing that line. So his belly probably shouldn't sag that low, so I'm going to start working it back just a little bit. Start sculpting it. Let's see. Work down this way. In all these loose fibers. It's all going to get covered, so we don't worry about these holes. We don't really want them to look pregnant, which he kind of does, so I want to just keep sculpting it. So we'll work on that a little bit more, but for now we're going to get his rump on. So now you clearly, once you have the tummy on, you clearly have an idea of front or back, and that's something I didn't mention earlier. I just looked at how these shapes were attached, and this side looked like the front to me. Just probably mostly this line here looked more like an armpit than this looks more like the shoulder. So that's how I picked which side to put the tummy on. But so now we know where the rump goes, and that's right behind the tummy. So what we need is to get another sheet of wool about the same size as used for the tummy, and tear that in half. 1/2 for each cheek. So what you want to do is determine the front or the back. Usually one side's a little smoother than the other. I want the side that's smooth to be down on the bottom, so this is going to be the first half of the rump. So I want to fold this over once and then twice. Just really gently tack it down. That didn't even hold it, so let's just fold that right up over there. Now we should be able to tack it together and it'll hold. I don't know why that jumped out at me. Sometimes it just does. So we have a little kind of an L shape piece here. Now you want to do the same thing to this side. This piece just feels slightly like it has slightly much little more wool than the other. It feels a little thicker to me. There we go. So I want to roll this over once. That vegetable matter out of there. Twice. Just kind of tack it down. Maybe it'll hold this time. Yeah, it did. So I'm going to force this up here into this L shape. And I'm trying not to stab very deeply. I don't want to go push too much fiber through this side. It keeps it nice and lofty. So these are the two halves of his butt. So what I want to do is take a little Santa here, lay him right on that, and turn him over. So back down between the legs, and right where you started attaching the stomach is where you want to start attaching these two shapes. It's rather tricky to get them in there. So once you have them in there, let's see here. I need to get them in so where you can see and I can see too. So start at the very corner of that L shape. Tack each one down. So now these are going to go, using that attachment stroke, right up to the top of this hip area. And you're going to go do this attachment stroke about halfway across the thigh, and then you're going to want to spread these fibers out, and they're going to wrap right around the top of this hip shape and right over to the belly. Okay, now I want to do the attachment stroke right along the crack of these butt cheeks. Just on this one side that I've already felted on. Now before I move along too much further, I need to get this other side on. Again, right up, use that attachment stroke on the edge of that shape right up to about halfway across the thigh. Then spread these fibers out. And if you have too much, it's easy to pull this off without, so you don't have to fight it. And sometimes those ends get a little bit tough to felt in. So now we have to do the attachment stroke. I'm just shaping that a little bit on this cheek. See, I'm kind of squeezing them together. So now what I want to do is make this crack of the butt stop. I don't want it to go all the way up his back, so I need to fan out these fibers here and kind of crisscross them over just like so, and just gently tack them together. Now you need to start sculpting. See how I'm squeezing in and making more of a believable rump? There's a lot of room for sculpting in here. These areas need to be sculpted somewhat like how we sculpted the face. You can't just expect to lay these basic shapes on and needle them in and have it be perfect and look believable. You have to do some needle sculpting. But before I can do much sculpting, I do need to get all these loose ends down. So I want to look at the profile just like I did the face. I'm going to start sculpting this shape here just a little more. Now these little legs are looking a little short. We're going to add quite a bit of length when we add the feet, so don't worry about that if yours are looking a little stubby. Plus, he could have short little legs. So I want to work on this big old tummy. I think it's just a little bit too big. If you notice, I'm not stabbing down deep into the center of it. By felting along the edges, you shrink it down, pull it in tighter. What a cute little figure, huh? There, I want to flatten it out just a little bit. Okay, so sculpt that as much as you like. Get it into the shape you like. And we are going to start working on his little feet. So my naked little funny looking Santa body needs some feet. We made these nice size feet. They're going to shrink up quite a bit as we sculpt and form them, but they kind of look like big snowshoes right now. They're pretty funny. So what I want you to do is stand him on your, I'll turn him around here so you can see him. Maybe perhaps better. Stand him right up on his little feet, and this part here is going to fold back and become the heel, so we need to leave a bit of that, quite a bit more than what you would expect behind his ankle there, on his backside. So what I want to do is stick this black needle right through his leg, down the length of his leg, and just start jiggling it to tack it on there, and do the same to his other leg. Can do it on a couple places on each leg. Doesn't hurt anything. And now stand him up, and you want to get him laying face down. Whoops, this doesn't tack in very good, so be very careful. And now just take your yellow needle and go from the bottom right up into his leg. Tacking it pretty much just holds it temporarily in place while you get it really secure. So if it falls off, you can see where you had tacked it. See where I'm struggling? The challenge is getting it all held still so you can needle it firmly. There we go. So that's tacked in there. So let's turn this over. Now I want to start wrapping this part of the foot right around up the back of the leg. This is going to form the ankle. And I want to use this attachment stroke. It's going to form the heel actually, and up into the ankle. So you can see what I've done there. I've just folded it right back and used that attachment stroke to attach it on there. And here I'm going to squeeze this one up and around, keeping the feet pointed in the right direction, forwards. If you attach this and you have one foot sticking out sideways, it's going to be hard to fix it without tearing it off. So again, just using that attachment stroke. So I want to lay him on his side, and I want to use that attachment stroke to work up the side of this foot. Turn him over. Let's see, this one's wanting to come off already. It's kind of a tricky step, but it's really got a great effect when it's all done. So, excuse me, you can see right here. And then turn them over this way and get the inside of this one here, and you should have a pretty good attachment. Looks like he's got duck feet, but that's okay. That's going to get sculpted into a cute little boot shape here in no time. So I'm just making sure the back and the sides are attached well. So you should be able to see these little gaps where these feet are folded right up. So we need to fill in these little gaps and do a wrap to attach these feet right. So let's use our flesh tone. So this is about enough to do 1 foot. So what I want to do is kind of give this a fold right here. This is going to form the arch of the top of the foot. So I've got this fold right here, right across the top of the foot. Just going to tack that in with the attachment stroke. And now I'm going to force these fibers right around the back of the foot here. Let's get this side done first. And again, you span both parts that you're wrapping and just tack them in. So I've got that tacked in, I can bring this one around. Come back to the front of it. Just start working and needling it in. This side of this foot here needs to have some loose fibers that I need to get it attached down before I can really give it all the good sculpting. And you'll see a pretty good sized cute little foot. You'll see a pretty cute little foot emerging. It's going to look a little oversized right now. We're still going to sculpt a lot of that air out. And his feet are going to be a little oversized because they stand better with big feet. You want him to be able to stand on his own. You don't want him in a doll stand. They don't like being in doll stands, these felt alive dolls. They like to be free, so we need him to be able to stand on his own. So I'm just gradually working this little arch shape and starting to sculpt the foot, just like we sculpted the face and the body. Sculpt an arch in on the bottom. Make sure these fibers are attached good into his leg. It's going to make a really strong foot attachment. So I'm just sculpting in the heel where it goes right up into the ankle. This is all going to get covered. He's going to get a boot on it still, but it's good to get the shape of the foot in there right in the first place. He's pretty cute. So repeat those steps for the other foot, and then we will start getting our, let's see, repeat these steps for the other foot, get them sculpted so they're the same size, then we'll get his boot on. So we have 2 little feet on. It's fun every now and then to play. Okay, creepy's okay to say. We'll put him aside for now. This should make you laugh when you guys starts looking at you. It's really fun. It's a great craft if it can make you laugh. So okay, I'll leave that alone. Now we're gonna start getting him dressed. I know he doesn't have his hands on, but his hands are gonna actually be mittens, and we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there soon. But whenever I start clothing my dolls, I like to get them dressed from their feet up. So we're going to start out with our black premium batting. And what we're going to do is make some fun little black boots. He's got little heels. They're really cute, they're flexible, and he stands on his own on them. So let's start out with a sheet of wool, a small sheet about a half size of your hand. Using my yellow needle, keeping in mind about let's see, I want to draw in a foot shape. Just the top of a foot shape. And I want to flatten this out. This is going to go across the top of the foot, and so I won't have to do too much needling on this if I already do some needling before I put it on here. Before I put it on the foot, and all these extra fluffs around the outside are going to help me attach it to the foot. So I'll do the upper part of his foot first, and then I will have a different technique to fill in all the rest. But this part I want you to make sure that you've gone over it a few times. You've got all the air compacted out. It doesn't have to be an exact shape or size. We'll be able to fix it once it's on there, as long as it covers the bulk of the top of the foot. So now I'm gently pulling it off. Take off that excess. So, trying to see where I worked here. So I want to lay this part right over the top of the foot. There's the felted part. And I just want to start needling it in. I want to actually pull it down a little bit more. I want this felted end here to be able to wrap around the foot. So I just started a little high, and I caught my mistake as I was going. So let me get this tacked in on top of this foot. And now I'm starting just to wrap those loose fibers under. Tack them in as I go. Some of them are a little bit lumpy, so I pull that off. Again, here's some messy fibers that should just go, so let me pull those off. Clean this up. I don't want to build up the bottom of his foot too much by all this excess fiber. but I do need it to wrap. It's easier for you to fold it over your felting pad. One thing to caution here now is there's white wool in here, so if you pierce all the way through, you're going to eventually press some of these white fibers, light colored fibers, right up through to the top of the foot, and you'll contaminate it, and you don't want a bunch of white fibers poking up. So have a very light, shallow touch when you're working on the bottom, when you're attaching those fibers down. You'll see what I mean pretty quickly. They can be needled back in, or they can be covered with a little bit of black wool, but it's easier to go with a light touch and not have to worry about that. So I've loosely wrapped this foot. In black. Now I want to sculpt. Narrowing it in at the arches. If you feel it's too big and poofy, just keep felting it with light touch and it'll flatten out. And switch to your red needle if you feel like you're piercing in too far and not getting it felted. Sometimes that red needle, I just don't feel like it's doing enough. This really felts these fibers. So I like a little boot that's got a fat toe end here. It'll be a cute little Santa boot when it's all done. So I'm not worrying about the top of the boot yet. I'm just tacking these fibers in and sculpting the bottom part of it. Feet generally take a while. I can work on feet for almost an hour sometimes. So they need to be very sturdy, and they need to be sturdy so they can hold your dolls up. And they're one part of a doll that people tend to look at and go, "Whoa, look at those feet!" They're pretty animated and lifelike with that ankle joint, so they're fun. They're worth the time. So it's kind of hard to see. Let me lay some white wool out here so you can see the contrast. You can sculpt in a little curve to its boot. Real easy. Just concentrate your felting down, not so much in a line, but into that little valley once you have it curved up there. And you can keep reducing it, keep shrinking it, sculpting it. If you feel it's too big, just push those fibers right into the middle of the foot rather than through the bottom or through the top. So once we have that done, now we're going to go around the heel. So we just simply wrap wrap the wool around this foot. So it's going to look like a shoe more than a boot. We're going to make the upper part, the top part of the boot where it goes around the leg in just a few minutes, because it's going to, his pants are going to tuck in. So we have to add some red wool first that are going to be the lower part of his pants, and then add the boot over the top of it. You can see here what I mean. I apparently went really deep right through the foot right here and pushed fibers out. So I don't want those showing, so I'm going to try to fill those right back where they came from, roughly. Put them back. And because I wasn't paying attention, I'm going to have to cover that with black wool. But I'm going to do that when I add the top part of the boot. I'm going to have to add wool in there anyway. So we won't worry about that just yet, but I do want to remember to cover that. Okay, so repeat all those steps on the other side. You make your needle felt flat onto the pad, the upper part of the boot, and then just attach the heel part and sculpt as you go. So when we come back, we'll have the start of 2 boots made. We still need to do soles and the heels, so we're not done yet. So I've been sculpting the 2 little feet. They're pretty cute. They're not done yet. Feet take a lot of work. I think I mentioned that already. You need to make a nice solid foundation for your character, so they take a lot of work. He just toppled over. We're going to put some heels and a sole, and that will keep him from toppling backwards, and it'll give him much more stability. It's hard to see my little Santa standing from above, but he stands. He's got nice dense feet. There's little heels and there's little soles. The soles is optional. I'm going to show you how to do soles, but you can just make sure that this is all covered with black. There's some of that fiber that's contaminated the black, but that's okay if we're going to cover it with a sole. So I'm going to demonstrate how to make a sole, but if you don't want to do a sole, you can just make sure that all this is covered by adding very thin sheets of black wool till it's covered, and then you can follow my instructions on how to do a heel, and that will keep him from toppling backwards. These things seem to tend to topple backwards. So to make a sole, we're virtually going to make 2 more feet, 2 more of those flat feet shapes that we started with. These need to be quite thinner than the actual foot shapes themselves. And so what I'm doing here is probably about a half a sheet of wool, and I can almost see my fingers through it, but not quite. Maybe some little parts I can see my fingers through, so it's not real thick. Now I have to pull off an equal size piece. It's not quite big enough, so I'm just going to add to it. So roughly, you want to get these pieces really as close to the same size as you can. It helps because you don't want one sole a whole bunch thicker than the other. So we have the benefit now of foot shapes that we could trace over. I know it's probably hard for you to see the contrast black on a gray felting pad. So just bear with me. What I did is I stood the foot right in the center, and I'm just going to roughly trace around it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Here I'm going to reach around here. You just need a guideline. So if you can see that, it gave me a guideline, and before I move to the other side, I want to make sure that I have that outline felted down. And I want to just quick fill this in. I don't want to lose this shape. Don't want to have to repeat those steps for that foot. So I'm going to do the same with the other foot. So let me get that tacked all down. So now I want to just start cleaning up these loose fibers, just leaving enough to fold over and work the shape from. I have a real thin spot right here, so I want to try to make sure I have enough fiber coming over from both sides to make up for that little thin spot. So just pulling it over and tacking these fibers down. Right here it's turning into a whole bunch of extra wool, so I don't want that there. Let's just keep going. Like I mentioned, these shapes don't have to be perfect, because when we attach them, you sculpt them in like all the other shapes, and there's plenty of room for them to shrink, or you can stretch them out with a needle to get them to fit. You will see what I mean. So I wound up with a little bit of loose fibers right here, so let's get those tacked down. Okay, so repeat that for the other side, and then you're going to want to peel them both up. And go over it once again. This side's going to have all these fuzzies. That's okay. I want to use that. That's going to be, so once you have both sides done, then I'm going to demonstrate one. I'm going to let you go finish the other one. But so the side that has all these fuzzies is going to become the bottom of the foot. So they're actually opposite feet. So if that makes any sense. So here you can see it fits right across the bottom of the foot. So by the time it's all felted on, all these fuzzies are going to be dealt with. So I just want to pick off any white wool that might have gotten on board. So right now I can see I already have to stretch it out just a little bit to get it to span the foot. So I'm going to tack it in place right in the very center, right in the arch, just in a few places. Just tack it in. That'll help me hold it. I'm going to stretch it right up here. It's cute to have the sole kind of curve up the curve of the foot. It makes it look like a worn out boot. So I'm just going to tack it there as well, just to give me guidelines to just to keep it in place while I'm felting it on, using the attachment stroke. A little bit of white wool in there. So I'm using these loose fibers that are showing up around the edge. And use your finger to press the two shapes together. Anytime you feel like there's some air in between there, you want to press that out because there'll always be a little air gap, or it won't be a tight connection if you don't press the air out first. So I'm just following this boot, just kind of attaching it down. I don't want to commit to really giving it a great attachment stroke. I'm just using the attachment stroke to get it all lined up and attached around the edges. I'm not going at it like I would attaching the joints together, the arms and the body parts. That takes a very strong attachment. This is a lighter touch. See, it was expanding apart a little bit right there because I hadn't squished it together good. I'm avoiding going from the boot into the sole because my hand's so close mainly. And like I said, this doesn't need to be a tremendously strong attachment. So if you use brown, it's a great contrast between the boot and the sole. So perhaps, oh, I stabbed myself. Perhaps, I told you I would show you at least once what not to do. I was holding on my thumb under here, right here, and I stabbed myself right through this arch and it slipped right through. I felt it coming, I think. I dropped it. I didn't pierce my skin. So now I just want to start, now that's all tacked in, just going over it, flattening it right down to the foot. Nice shallow strokes. I don't want to be poking through and stabbing myself or pushing white fibers through to the top of the foot. Anytime you need to, go in there and adjust that attachment stroke. If something's pulled out or it's not looking good, just get in there and adjust it. Being very careful with my fingers this time. I'm just trying to flatten this sole out, compress a bunch of that air in it. I don't want it a puffy, airy sole. And let's see here. If there's any parts that look like they're shrinking back away from the edge of the shoe, just give them a little stretch and reattach them on there. See, I'm kind of rolling it around and then I'm flattening the foot out on my pad. That way I can get a nicely felted sole. Making sure the outline of it looks good still. And felt up right. Make sure you get the heel area. You're going to build a separate heel onto this, so you need a good well felted area to attach it to. So there we have a separate little sole. It's really cute. Once you've got that all attached, I recommend going around the whole thing again and try to go from the boot into the body as well. It's so hard to show you with little contrast. Perhaps that helps. But you can go from the boot into the body. Just make a nice clean line. If it looks like your sole is too puffy anywhere, it just has too much air in it, you need to go back. I saw that it was looking a little puffy up there, not real believable as a Santa boot sole, maybe a platform boot. So anyways, just make sure that this line is nice where the two parts meet. You should see a little indentation. And it's hard to see, maybe that's easier. And repeat for the other side. And then we'll do the heels. We'll do the heels at the same time. So we have two nice little soles on our little Santa feet. So now we're going to make some little heels. I start out with about probably about a quarter of a sheet, or a thin half sheet. And what I want to do, similar like how we did the cheeks, I just want to start forming this into a little disc. The heels aren't very big, and they need clean edges all the way around, and we can sculpt them into a square once they're on. So that was far too much wool, that quarter sheet. So I'm going to pull some of that off. I'm going to continue forcing these fibers, folding them right over into the middle. Now, it's a funny little shape. What's going to happen, get your Santa doll positioned so you can get to the heel area. So without any needling on the pad, you're just going to lay that right down with the fluffy middle down and give it a few tacks in on each side just to hold itself in place so it doesn't all expand out. The trickiest part is over on this side. When I'm filming, that's tricky. Just tip it towards yourself and peek over there. So there, it's tacked on. So now we just have to start sculpting it into place, making sure use that attachment stroke around the edges. And just start taking advantage. It should be a pretty lofty little piece. Take advantage of that loft to start sculpting into a nice little heel. You may have to work, as you sculpt, you may have to work on the arch of your Santa foot a little more to make it work into the heel. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start going and flattening it out on the top. Keep working my way around as I go. Keep flattening it out. I don't need it very tall. He doesn't need to look like a disco Santa, unless you want him to. If you want to make him have big chunky platform boots, by all means go for it. But I'm going to flatten a lot of this air out of this boot heel. And it is like anything else, you can squish it into position and then needle it there. Use your thumb, use your fingers to squish out some of that air to flatten that shape out a little bit more. And just keep sculpting it till it looks like a heel to you, till it looks like the heel that you would want on your Santa boot. Probably won't look exactly like mine. It could be smaller, it could be bigger. And then repeat it on the other side, and you'll find my Santa already stands that will keep it from toppling backwards, and it gives a great cute Santa boot look. And we're going to finish the tops of the Santa boot once we start getting him dressed, which is the next stage. So get that other heel on and we'll come back and start getting his red suit on him. So we have both heels on. Cute little feet. So now we're going to start getting him dressed. Like I mentioned before, I always get my dolls dressed from the bottom up, so we started with the feet and let's work our way up. For that, we're going to use our red batting. There's different shades of red. If you want more old world Santa, get more of a maroon. Whatever shade of red appeals to you. This is a nice bright red. And so I'm going to need to start out working with manageable sheets. So I just pulled a small sheet about the size of my hand off. So what I want to start doing is building up the pants right over the legs, and those are needled right on. So I just start pulling little bits off. I don't want to try to wrap a whole bunch of wool around the leg at once. It'll wrap around it all. I wind up with so much to felt in, so I want to make sure that I just add relatively small pieces at a time. Now we're going to add some boot tops here, so we're just going to see what I've done. I've laid it out and I've just gently stretched it over. I don't want to pull it so tight. I want to just lay it on there nicely, a nice loose cover. Pull a little of that air out, but then just start needling it in. Turn it over, gently pull it around, and I'm tacking these little loose fibers in right here by the black of the boot. Like I mentioned, those are going to get hidden, so I don't want to worry and spend too much time on that area. I do want to make sure to get a nice even coverage on his legs. I don't want to be able to see any of his flesh color through there. It might get cold if he had a threadbare suit, and that's what it would look like. So it gets a little trickier to work on the inside of the legs. You really have to move that other leg out of the way. It's a good thing they're flexible. And so right up to the groin area, let's see here. It doesn't look like it's going to cover all the way. So if it doesn't look like it's going to cover all the way, that's fine. We're just going to add another little small sheet of wool right there, rather than trying to pull any of this into place and thin it out. We just will add a little bit more. Lay it right over it. Pull off. If you have some excess stuff that is going to make an area a little too thick or chunky, just pull it off. See, the idea here is to go over this enough to where you can't scratch any of the fibers off, like when we first started our egg. We want these well felted down and right into the shape below. Takes a little bit of flopping and turning around because I don't like to work on one area too long. It tends to, you can flatten an area out that way. So I like to move it around a lot as I go. So I'm going to cover this with some more wool, so I haven't even worked on that. That's all going to get needled here in a minute. So working my way over. Now we're going to cover his bottom up. So let's see, I don't want to use too much wool to start with. I'm going to go tack it right onto his little crack there. I'm very gently needling this on. In fact, this may be a good place for the red needle. I just want to get the surface felted. I don't want to change the shape of his little bottom. And if you find yourself flattening out his bottom, you can use that sewing needle, put it right in there, and just felt around it, and it'll keep it from shrinking down. So I'm just going to work my way around here. I'm going to switch back to my yellow needle. Feels better to me, so he's going to, these are just some pants, so I'm just going to loosely fold those loose fibers right over. This is all going to be covered with his coat, so I don't need to worry about getting a nice clean line there where his belly meets his pants. But I want it as nice as it I don't want it all bulging up. I want it to seem like believable pants. Let's see, get right in here. Again, this light touch right in the right in his bum. Sorry, Santa. I'm going to leave that alone too. I'm going to work my way around there. So I'm going to have another little sheet of wool here. I want to span this area, span his groin with a nice sheet of wool. I'm just following those lines of his legs, needling into the deepest part of his groin there where that joint was so crucial before. We want to get that well covered, and I like to stretch it a little bit as I go. That way I know that the wool isn't on there too tight and it won't pull apart. If you see your wool pulling apart, you need to scratch at it with your needle and needle it on while your joint is fully flexed. I'm kind of leaving that loose because I have to do the next leg. So you go ahead and repeat all that, and we'll meet right here and we'll finish up the wool around his belly. So go ahead and do the other leg and the other butt cheek, and we will proceed. So I've completed the legs and the little butt. You can see that I've kind of filled in his little, between his cheeks there, his little butt crack. I don't want it to look like he has any kind of a wedgie or anything. But I left enough of a line to so you could see his cute little shape. So I told you we would meet in the middle. So we're going to cover up his tummy and finish up his pants here. So what I'm going to do is just stretch out a piece of wool that's going to go span his tummy, meet up with these other pieces I've felted on. So again, just start tacking it down. It's good to flex and bend those legs in all directions while you're doing this so that everything gets well felted right into the joints. So I'm working my way up to where his waistband would end. I want to make sure there's enough lofty wool to cover his tummy without showing his skin underneath. Work my way over here a little bit. Just making these two pieces match up here. The waistband, the top of the pants, all the way around. So, I think I have a little bit too much wool here, so holding on tight to everything I've felted. I just want to trim that up a little bit. And just keep following this line right along so you can make these two waistlines add up, match up here. You can see that. Then we have this fluffy, lofty stuff to felt in here. And again, if you feel yourself reducing his tummy too much, just get your sewing needle out and pull that line up. I'm kind of using my needle to control the line. So we have just about completed Santa's breeches. Really nice shallow strokes and a nice even pattern all the way across. Switching directions often helps get the air out. Okay. Check down around his joints, make sure no fibers are pulling when I'm stretching him out. You can see I have a little gap here. It's kind of hard to see it. I just want to fill that in. He looks good. So before we proceed now with the jacket, we should finish up the tops of his boots. And to do that, just saw something there that caught my eye. To do that, we need to make just some nice little boot tops that wrap around his leg with a nice clean finished edge. So getting a piece of wool that will roughly wrap around his leg about 1.5 times. It's going to shrink, so we need to keep that in mind. So it needs to be fairly thin. Thinning that out just a little bit. And what we're going to do is, this is for one boot, let's just draw a line right across the middle. Leaving just a little bit, a tiny little bit of fuzz on both sides. So then take and fold it right down and do that half circle or a curved line from where you started the line on one side all the way over. Start filling this in. This looks like a great big mouth shape. This is giving a clean edge of a boot with fluff on this side that we'll use to attach it. We're going to use these same techniques a lot coming up as we make the jacket. The jacket tends to be a little more loose fitting than the pants. So we're going to need to make some of these straight, clean edges with fluffies to attach. It will make more sense as we go. So, I've gone over that a few times, getting it well felted. And let's clean up any. Oops, need the red needle, works a lot better for that. As I pull those fuzzies over, I can just needle them in sideways really fast. So there I have the start of the top of a boot. So I want his boots just to come midway up his legs, not much further than I already have them. I just wanted a nice line. So it looks like I have too long of a piece, so what I want to do right now is tear it off. It should be fairly easy to tear. If that was too difficult, go ahead and snip it with your scissors. Just snip one end, don't trim both ends because you'll want a fluffy end to hide those cut fibers. So I'm going to start tacking his boot into place, the top of his boot. I'm not using that attachment stroke. I'm not even messing around at all with the top of his boot. Bring it around the back of his leg. And now back here is where these two edges are going to meet, so you have to do a little tricky felting here just to make those edges line up and use those loose fibers to attach them together. Sometimes I have to stick my needle in there and do a little sideways felting to kind of tangle those two ends together and get a seamless connection there. So if you have too much fiber, which I seem to have, I want to clean that up rather than try to needle it in. You don't want to have to needle too much into that boot shape you've already worked so hard on. But it's inevitable you're going to have to add some. You're going to have to do some needling to get these fuzzy fibers in. So that's what I'm doing now, is I'm just needling all the fuzzes in. And this is a good time to cover up any of those white fibers that push through from the foot shape. I just covered up a bunch of them with some of those fuzzies, so it doesn't take much to cover those little mistakes. So working my way on this other side, there's still some loose fuzz here. So I don't want to be able to peek down in and see that messiness down there. So now that I have it all tacked into shape, I want to sculpt it, making sure I'm stabbing down over that little messy area. But I don't want to use that attachment stroke. I still want a little bit, I still want it to look loose, like he just stepped into his boots. And so all the way around. Keep sculpting it. You know, you might need to reduce the size of the ankle a little bit. You've just added a bunch of thickness. So keep sculpting this boot all you want. And it's hard to say when you are done. You'll know when you're done, though. When it looks good to you. When it looks great to you. If there's something always bugging you about it, just try your sewing needle to pull. Maybe squish an arch a little bit thinner and then needle it into shape. It's all up to you. Feet are fun to sculpt. So, there we have one little boot. All done, and you can go ahead and finish the other side. And when we come back, we're going to start on his upper body, which will be, we'll start on his mittens, his hands that are hidden in mittens. So, let's see, I kind of have a quick review of where we're at. We're coming right along. So Santa has his little pants on. This area is going to be covered up with his jacket, so nobody will ever see it, so we don't need to waste any time there. So what we do need to move along to is the hands. The Santa I remember, say from Coca-Cola commercials, he had white gloves on. If you've taken any of my doll workshops and you know how to make individual fingers, just make hands out of white wool with fingers and you'll get gloves. You'll just have to finish an edge or tuck it in. But for this workshop, we're just giving him little mittens. It's a simplified technique for hands. Gives a great effect, and Santa's hands are warmer in mittens. Anyways, I'm going to use this white premium batting for this. So what we need for each hand is, let's see, I'm trying to pull off little half sheets. So what we need is about a half sheet for each hand. Tear it in half. They need a little density. Hands are thin, but they're dense. So cleaning that up a little bit. So lay those down on your felting pad. Now what you want to draw in is just a basic rounded shape of a mitten without a thumb. I made Santa's feet pretty big. I could make his mittens pretty big, but I don't have to. So this is going to be a little bit bigger than this mitten. Not much though. So while I'm in that drawing mode, I might as well draw on the other one. Sometimes it helps to spread the fibers, squish the air out of the fibers. I don't always do that, but it does help. Let's see. So I've drawn it in, but if you'll notice I left it loose here. I didn't draw any line across here. So that's going to be the difference between how we did the feet and how we do the hands. I want some fluff left here to attach it to the arm where we felt it all the way around the shape for the foot. So the same technique as we used in those other steps. Fold your fibers over that line and work them in. There's about where I ended that line, so I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to go back up here and work over the line. If you have excess fibers, pull them off of there. So I'm going to go over this a few times and get some of that air out. So just keep felting away. What I'm doing is I'm going to shrink it down towards a wrist shape. I want it thinner where it's going to attach to the hand. It's kind of a natural wrist, so I just squish the fibers and pull them over and keep felting. So repeat that on this side and then pull them both up, and you're going to have all this fuzz on one side. You need to go over it really gently, more sideways motion, shaping that mitten. Repeat it for the other side like I mentioned, and when we come back we're going to attach these to the hand and then attach the thumb on. So we have both mittens ready to go, and so we need our little Santa body, and we're going to attach these right to the ends of the arms. To do that, we need to hold on tight to this area we've felted, start cleaning up these fibers. They can be a little tough to pull out of there. We just need to clean them up. And then this little trick here, we're going to fan these out at the bottom and sort of separating right up into where you've already felted. You should meet a lot of resistance at this point, and so once you start meeting a lot of resistance, stop pulling and put that tip of that egg shape right inside the middle. You're going to want to give it some tension, pull it down. And before you get it attached, remember if he's waving, you might want to look at the angle that you have it. You maybe don't want his hand pointed that way, pointed down. If it were at rest, it'd be at his side, but you want him to turn his wrist a little bit so his palm's facing out. So that would be for the waving hand. So the egg shape is right in here, the tip is right inside there. So let's squish that right down on the felting pad and start attaching it right in the center there. Turn it over. Right, I'm attaching it right to the tip of that egg. So then start sculpting your way around the wrist area, working your way out towards those fluffy ends. But before you go all the way out to the end of the fluffies on one part, turn around and work the same distance out. And just keep rolling. If you have to pull it tight on the other side, to get it all lined up again, go ahead. You tell the wool where you want it to go. Again, rolling it around before I work my way up too far. Little Santa's doing tricks over here. Doing little somersaults and flops. All this flopping around I do is precisely why I don't attach the head until the very last, and why the facial hair and all that gets attached after I attach the head. It just keeps it all nice and protected. That head doesn't need to be getting beat up on the felting pad, getting rolled around. So if you can see, I'm just moving them around. Now I just want to keep felting these fibers up. If you can pull any off, great, do. It's really hard to pull those off. For some reason, it's the batting. It's holding itself together. If you use merino or the core wool, it'd probably have been easier to pull it off. So I'm just now tacking in all of these excess loose fibers here, and go ahead and repeat the other side, get that other one attached. Continuing to sculpt even into that mitten shape to get it believable. So I'm all that rolling that around kind of loosened that joint. I need to fix it a little bit. It was starting to get a little floppy and pulling out. The jacket's going to hold this joint on very well, so I just need to keep protected until we get that jacket on. So just felting this in a little bit more. It's all going to get hidden with this jacket, so we don't need to worry too much. So Santa has his two little mitts on his hands and he needs some thumbs. So you're going to need your popsicle stick and some more of whatever wool you use to make his mitts with. So I need to pull off just a small amount, 1/4 sheet. Let's see. To make a thumb, you need to use the fatter of the two lollipop sticks. And what I want to do is the exact same technique we did when we did his brow bones, but that has been a little while, so we will go ahead and review this. What I want to do is lay the wool in my hand, lay the stick right over the wool with enough wool to fold over the end. I need fluff coming out this way. The first thing I want to do is make sure we get a good wrap started. I've rolled it around a couple times. Now I'm going to really gently fold that over the end as I roll. Keep folding it over the end. I don't want to see the stick. If you see the stick, it means you're wrapping it too tightly. You're grabbing it and pulling it too hard. So just keep rolling it. And here comes this little tail. Now I'm pulling on it. I'm getting a lot of tension on there. Thumbs aren't very long, so I'm focusing my attention right on the end of the stick. Maybe just the length of up to my first knuckle on my finger. So now I'm just spinning this. It's slipping between these fingers with that friction to start the felting. All these fibers here need to remain loose. So I'm not twisting this around. I'm actually grabbing hold of the stick, trying to keep this. I don't want this all to twist. It should be twisted, it should be wrapped and then spun. So that has started the felting action for the thumb. So I'm going to pull that off, set my little guy aside, and really gently start, just give this little shape. Actually, the red needle is the better choice. So you want to do really shallow felting on this and just roll it around and felt the surface. You don't want to poke this through. You don't want to hear this crunching into your pad. You don't want a bristly thumb. You just want to make sure these fibers are felted. Even give it a quick little spin here. So now what you want to do is hold on tight and pull these loose fibers off. Thin them out as best you can. You do need some for attaching it. And just like you attach the hand, you need to fan these fibers out. And you'll start to meet resistance once you get into your felted area here. So that's the part that was wrapped around the stick, and all that spinning did some felting, and then the needle finished the job. So this gets attached right to the mitten. So it's real important to think about how a thumb is attached to a hand. If he's giving you the big thumbs up, it might go like this. Looks a little unnatural, so I'll bring in my little model. You can kind of see. We'll just get a natural looking angle. Your yellow needle is sufficient for attaching this little part. So I just sliding it down the length of the sliding the needle down the length of the thumb. Kind of changing angles as I go. And now I just want to work my way out and attach all those loose fibers. And if you have it placed wrong, you'll know it, you'll see it. Just pull it off and start over. It's pretty forgiving. So that's how easy a mitten with a thumb is. Kind of looks a little off to me. I'm going to move it out just a little bit. I'm just pulling it. It's still felted on there, but I can even give it some adjustments. You don't want it to look like he's got a thumb growing out of the middle of his palm. Just making sure it's looking good. There, that looks great. Let's repeat that for the other side, and now we're gonna move along to his jacket. So give yourselves a hand. You've made a pair of hands for your little Santa. So now we're going to start with his jacket. Continuing to work our way up the body. So we're going to start with his lower part. Now if you want a more old world style Santa, you can just adapt these instructions to make his jacket much longer. And I'll kind of give you some hints as we go, but this is just a cute little look for the style of Santa that we're making here. So what we want to do is make some felted loose edges with fluff attached, with fluff to attach, like how we did the tops of the boots. So we're going to do that same technique here. We're going to make this in two separate pieces that will meet together in the back. So I'm going to set Model Santa aside and set my little Project Santa aside. I need some of this nice red batting. So I want to pull off sheets roughly the size of my hand, 2 of them. So it's folded up. Let's see here. They need to be about the same thickness. So I'm getting them adjusted so they fit on my felting pad. I'm working on this little felting pad and I need a little more room than that, but I'll make it work. So what the idea is we're going to make, like I said, these clean felted edges. So I want the curve of the jacket to be the same. If you want yours long, you're going to need a little more wool. Or spread this out just a little bit thinner. You're going to want to extend the lines of this to make a longer finished edge. So I'm going to just draw in the curve of the jacket leading back towards the back of the jacket, and I'm going to repeat it on the other side so I have something to compare it to, and right over towards the back of the jacket. So I'm leaving fluff up here and a little bit on this end, not so much on that end. So now what I want to do is just gently fold this up and just start tacking these fibers in. If you have a really thick edge here like I do, well, you know the routine. Clean it up. You don't want anything that's going to make it really thick. And I'm working my way up. So there I have that clean line defined. And now I want to sculpt the air out. So using short, fast little jabs. I find that the needle's more effective if you do go in at an angle, so you'll see me holding this needle at a pretty sharp angle as I go. So again, if you're making a very long jacket, you need to make sure you felt it enough so it can be hanging loose over his legs. If you're making it shorter, all of this is going to be attached right to his body, so you don't need to keep going up too far here. So I'm going to make a short jacket, so I'm going to stop about right there. before you go any farther, repeat on the other side, and so we come back, we'll attach these pieces, and we're really getting close to getting him put together. So it's getting exciting now. This part is fun. So go ahead and do the other side, and we come back, we will pull them off the felting pad and finish the backs and get them attached. Okay, both sides have been flat felted on the one side, so I just want to clean them up just a little bit on the other side with my red needle. Just focusing on the edges. So as long as I can't see him hanging over. So now what we want to do is fit these onto our Santa. Let's see here, I may have made these pieces excessively long. If I did, that's okay. Let's see here. How does it go? So you see how we could make these really long and a robe that goes down to his feet. His feet are a little big and silly. I want him to have a shorter jacket, kind of show off his little belly. So you see me manipulating with this. What I want to do is get one side started, make sure it's coming up into the center of the Santa. Remember, it curves around, so I want to just start staying way away from the edge, just sort of right near where you stop felting. Start attaching it onto the body, up where the loose fibers begin, and just stay right away from this back. You're going to be attaching these two pieces together soon. So keep going up his chest. See, I'm just kind of fitting it to him. I don't want any big creases or folds, so I'm just felting those in right to his body. And you can see I have enough fiber there to cover his arm, so I want to extend his arm. Extend that arm and work it right up into his armpit and then down the arm. If you don't have enough to go over, then you'll just have to cover the wool like you did the legs in little sheets. So in fact, I probably should recommend doing it that way. So you don't want any big bulgy looking. So just go ahead and start at the deepest point first and work your way around that arm joint. Make sure it's good and extended before you try to attach anything over it. That way it can always bend to its full reach without the wool tearing apart. So I'm going to leave that just like that. We're going to come back and get his head on there, and I don't want anything messing with. I don't want anything in my way. I want to just attach the head right to his body. So we're just going to leave that be. I just think it's really important to get his little jacket on right now. So excuse me. Let's see, I'm going to felt this a little bit better here. Just got a little bit puffy in this area here, got a little messy. So now I want to start the same thing. Make sure it's all centered. His jacket's going to crisscross somewhere right below his pant line, so go ahead and crisscross it. Start tacking it in again in the area that you, in the beginning of the fluffy area, the stuff you didn't felt on the pad. That's what needs to get needled into his body. So here on his back, where these two parts meet, we're going to have a mess. So I want to hold everything in place really good and start cleaning these up, getting ready to attach these two ends together. I'm going to focus on the bottom here. What we want it to look like is this finished edge. So I just sort of overlapped all those fuzzy fibers, folded them under, and gently attach them right. Just felt them together right here on his body. But I want to pull them off from time to time because we want a loose edge there like the rest of them. So we should have a really nice seamless joint from that. And you can see up under there it's kind of fuzzy, so I'm going to lay them down and attach them. I'm just sticking my needle up under his jacket and needling it together on that end too. So so just keep going up just a little ways. We will remember we're going to stop here pretty soon and get his head on, even before we finish his hands, because it well, you'll see why. So here I'm gonna, it looks a little airy and puffy, so I want to keep needling this down a little bit. Stab myself, holding it wrong. How cute. So we're going to leave it all like this, and we are going to get ready to attach his head. So once you are ready and feel like you've got all the bottom of that jacket looking pretty good, we are going to attach our head to our funny little Santa. Okay, so what you're going to need is your little body, the half-dress body, and your head. We're not going to make a separate neck shape. What we're going to do is we're going to just attach this head directly to the torso, and when we wrap this joint, it will give him a little bit of a neckline, a little bit of a definition of a neck. So what we want to do is get this black needle out, this one that's great for deep joint connections. And poor Santa, he's going to forgive me, but I'm going to poke this needle right through his ear. It's a good natural deep point on the head, and so I'm going to push fibers from the middle of his head right down into his torso, only stabbing once into the ear. I don't want to leave a bunch of holes. So that's just starting to tack his head into place. You don't have to have it sitting squarely straight, but you want it pretty evened between his. You want it centered. He can be looking up or down, but we'll get there. So again, I'm holding him together. I'm squishing his head down together even. I don't want any air gaps in between these two pieces, so in between these two parts. So again, just squishing down here, pushing fibers, making sure I'm pulling out enough to force fibers down into the body from the head. So we're going to go in these deepest corners of his mouth. Give it a few jiggles. This side too. You can even go down through his nostrils. So it is just barely tacked on. Barely tacked on. So in fact, I need, sometimes if you have, like his head is pretty compacted, that deep needle won't grab any fibers. So I'm gonna repeat those with this needle. That head shouldn't roll away after that attaching. So there, it's on there. Just, you know, when a needle will work for most things, most every time I'll use that black needle for that, but every now and then the conditions are so that just won't hold it together. So now we have this perimeter where these two parts meet. You still want to keep squishing it together, but you want to go around with this attachment stroke. And this has to be a good attachment, so go about half an inch or so on off from the body into the head, half an inch from the head into the body before you move along. Go back and forth those areas a couple times. You really want this well attached. Pressing the parts together as you go. I want to get the shoulder out of the way. I don't want to attach his shoulder into his head. That wouldn't work out too good. So this looks like he's not going to have any neck, but we're far from done with this joint, so bear with me. See why we're keeping these red fibers totally out of the way? I'm really pressing these parts together still. You'll feel like you're mangling your face, but you're not. It has some good memory and it'll come right back. Poor little Santa. And even if that's all in your way, you can just go ahead and pin that down with your sewing needle. Just be careful of it. So what I want to do now is wrap this joint. Alright, that looks pretty good and attached, so now I need a strip of flesh tone. It's I can't see my finger through it, so that's about how thick it is. So this joint is the trickiest joint of all. What you want to do is get it started here. I'm pressing those pieces back together. Move this so I don't hurt myself on that end of the needle. So pressing them together, I'm just gently tacking it in. I don't want to force the fibers between those two joints. I just want to span them. So, work my way around. Pull it enough, don't put any tension on it, just enough so this lays on that, so the sheet of wool just, like I said, spans those two parts, and start working from the deepest point out without forcing fibers in between those two shapes. Keep working your way around. It's tricky in the shoulder area. There, I've got his head tilted just enough so I can get it. Keep working my way around. You may have, there's the needle that got in my way there. That sewing needle. So if you have to get a little more flesh tone, which I'm going to have to here to finish the wrap, that's fine. It doesn't have to be one solid piece. You see how it's forming a nice little neck in there? Just a short little Santa neck. Well, here I had more of my tail left here, so I'm not going to have to get a new piece after all. So I'm going to go back here and resume where I was working there. See how all this wool's wanting to pull over? You have to make sure it doesn't do that, and that original wrap is what, that you don't pull wool over from here to try to cover it. You want to let it just flow along nicely. Got loose end under there, and this can continue around the back. Right up under his ears. Pull off those ratty fibers. They tend to want to felt themselves together at the very ends. All the pulling, the fibers pulling together. It's always good to pull those off rather than try to felt them in. So, Santa's neck is on. Now all you have to do is just secure all these fibers, finish felting them down. Don't worry about ridges and seams. This is all going to be covered. On his chest, you want to really carefully felt those fibers in under his chin. That's also going to be covered with beard, so you're not going to see much of this part of it, part of the Santa ever. It's going to be buried in features. Using that extra bit to help secure that shoulder even a little more, just spanning right across the shoulder area there. And I see a little bit leftover loose stuff here. It's going to get covered shortly with this red, but it's good to get it down because it's attached to the head and it's going to make a stronger head connection. There. So lifelike. So very lifelike. Let's see, I have to go behind this ear too. There's some loose fibers. So we're going to finish this up. You go ahead and finish this up, and we'll finish getting him dressed and finished. So we're going to continue getting him dressed. So we're just going to, now that his head's on, we have a good neckline to work around. So I'm going to end his jacket right up by his neck here. And we'd started felting it onto his arms. So we'll continue that. See, already his head's getting abused. He's getting flopped around enough. That's why we go through all that extra trouble to work around this stuff. It's just less we're going to have to do if we work up as far as we can. It's a little thick there, so I pulled some off. Don't want any big pockets of air showing. I want to get this nicely, evenly felted. Clean that up too, rather than trying to felt all that in. So let me move to this side here, pull it tight. So here's his waving arm. We're going to need to start strengthening that back up with this jacket material. So I'm stretching it all the way up into his wave. Well, I felt his armpit, felt this red wool is spanning these joints, so it's going to make it really, really strong. And so now we need to start, you can start grabbing your scraps you've been tearing off from here and there. When I start filling in the flesh, I want to make sure that these little pieces are small yet thick. So I want to start filling in right here first over his shoulder. So I want to, like I did in his groin area, when you're attaching all this, you have to give the joint the maximum flex that it's going to have and felt it in, and then it'll relax back out. And you'll have a really nicely felted joint. So go around all of his arms, fill in behind here. We're going to give him a nice fur ruff to go around his neck, so you won't be able to see this edge. But just keep filling in any bare spots all the way down to his wrists, and you're felting right along the wrist. If you want your Santa to look, say, more old world styled, like he's got a belled wrist, well, you just make another one of these, or another one, let's say, of the boot rim, where you just made a nice long straight edge. Make a nice long straight edge, and it can bell out. My Santa has he doesn't have any loose, so we're going to just proceed that way and cover him right up to, end with a nice line around his wrist, and then we'll come back and get his fur ruff attached. So my Santa is all dressed. He needs a little trim work. You can see around the neckline, I just kind of left it, I didn't work too much on it. Same with around the hems on the sleeves. So because we're going to trim those out with fur, we're going to give him some trim all the way around. Eventually we'll get a hat on too with some trim, but for now, let's just trim up his jacket. And I love this short fibered white merino batting for the trim. You won't have enough in your doll maker's kit for this, so it's a good idea to have purchased some. So I'm going to start with his jacket. So I don't want this to look like a rope. So I want to kind of mess it up just a little bit, breaking it up as I go. I want it to look like a furry ruff. So You can see how I did that. Pretty simple. So I'm just gathering it up just slightly, peeking under here to make sure that I'm right along that edge. And just gently stabbing it in as I go. Keep adding more the same way, breaking it off. So follow the whole line around. And when you get up to this end, you might want to just peel that back just a little bit to get that overlap. You don't want it to look like the fur ruff just ends right there just because his jacket overlaps. So work your way all around, repeat anywhere you want the trim. The same technique right around here and the same technique right around here. Very simple. And you shouldn't be able to pull it off too easily, and every now and then, if you want to make sure it's really in there, just twist it. Twist a few of those pokes in there. That really twists those fibers together in there. You don't need to do it all the way along. You just don't want anybody to be able to come along and have this all fall off in their hands. So make sure it's on there and it's not too orderly. And when we come back, we're ready for some hair on this poor bald Santa. So when we come back, you will have all your trim on. You can put it around the top of its boots if you like. If not, that's fine too, whichever you like. And have fun trimming your Santa. So our little Santa has a great little jacket with his fur trim all the way around. He's all snug and warm around his neck, around his mittens. He's getting really happy. Before we proceed with the facial hair, however, I think we need one more accessory on Santa's jacket, and that is a belt. You can have a red belt, but not have much contrast. You can have a black belt, a brown belt, you name it, whatever color belt you want. I'm going to go for a black belt around his waist. So I need a bit of black batting. Mine's a little messy from his boots, but I'm going to make this work because I just need a nice long thin piece. So watch how I rescue some ratty old batting. This is called drafting. I'm drafting it apart. I'm pulling it, separating those fibers without actually pulling them apart. So this is going to need to go around his waist. It will shrink up a little bit, but it'll be able to stretch as well as soon as we get it made. So just draw a line right down in it, and then another line. This belt's going to have two clean edges. It's going to be fairly thin. So go ahead and fold those fibers right over that line on one side. Back over the line on the other side. Pull off anything that seems too big. Felt them in right into the middle. And I'm going to felt it right into the jacket, so I'll have opportunity to make it really even then. I just want some nice clean lines and not have to do too much felting on the body. So I gently pull that off. I don't need to worry about cleaning it up. I'm going to clean it up as I put it on here. So the first end I'm going to clean up though before I put it on is right there. So let's see, I want to start on this side. This whole belt is going to come right over his fur, so let's just get the nice strong part right over it right now and start felting it in. And just start sculpting it in and felting it right into the body as you go along. You don't want to make it totally flat with the jacket. You want it to look like a belt, not a stripe. So just give it some gentle sculpting as you go, mainly to keep the width of it equal. Pulling it along. I'm going to clean this edge up now, and I'm going to make these two pieces meet. And make it meet right in the middle here. If yours don't meet right in the middle, that's fine. If you need to make another little short piece to fill in, that's fine too. It's going to get a buckle right there in the middle, so it's a good place to have those two parts go together. Looking a little thick right there, so reduce it that way. If you want to make belt loops, it's a simple thing. Very simple thing. I just take a little bit of roving, make sure it's thick enough, and just lay it right over. And tack it in on the other side. So you can repeat that all the way around if you want. You don't need to have belt loops, just an option. This guy doesn't have them. He's good with that. So that's all up to you. And for a buckle, a nice contrasting color, you can use a yellow color for a look that looks more like a brass button. You can a brass buckle, I mean. I used a yellow there. It gives a nice cute contrast on my Santa. So it's just really a matter of making a little tiny flat piece like we did for the cheeks, like we did for the heels, and getting all those fibers put where you want them. Get it centered right there and start tacking it into place with all those loose fibers should be underneath. Some may peek out, you'll have to sculpt those in. So our dear little Santa's going to need a hat as well as any other accessories you may think of. But the first thing we want to do before we can put a hat on is put facial hair on. Now this leaves you with so many options of the style of facial hair you want. We have choices of curly locks, fur hair, straight roving. Merino's lovely. This happens to be alpaca. That is what's on this Santa, is alpaca roving. Comes in a nice creamy white. Let's see, another thing that works well is this fluffy merino batting, this short fibered merino batting. So it's actually what I used for his mustache and for his eyebrows. So let's start with those areas because they're so small. We just need the look of hair. We don't want to try to force thick locks or anything like that in those areas. So let's start out by taking just a little bit of white batting, and it's the same concept as the fluff on his suit. You don't want it in just a long rope. Break that up into smaller pieces. He can have big bushy eyebrows. He's an old Santa. And just gently needle it in. As much as you want. You want to leave it a little bit fluffy. You don't want it felted right flat in with his head. And you can follow the line of the brow bone for a good reference to use. You don't have to. You can have it lift off the brow bone anywhere you choose. They can be short. They can be long. They can be thick or they can be thin. It's all up to you. So we'll repeat that on the other side. That looks like a little more wool than what I had to start with on the other side, so thin it out now. Okay, so it doesn't take much work. Same thing for a little mustache. Just lay it out right across under his nose and start needling it right between his nostrils. How cute is that? I'm barely jabbing in. It holds itself in place pretty well. So if we were going to have a curly beard, I have some Cotswold locks here. Oh, let's see. I'd like to pull them apart, starting at the curly tips, and just pull. They're easier to separate by the tips. You'll have a lot of this fuzzy fluff. You can use that as well. But these fibers are very long. We're talking probably close to 5 or 6 inches. So he can have a very, very long beard pretty quickly with this. You want to pull apart. Find enough ends. The ends tend to be a little bit yellow, which is okay. He's an aging Santa. His hair doesn't have to be clearly white. So I'm pulling off quite a few of these. And I'm going to use this fuzzy stuff to attach it. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm just laying this fluffy stuff right across his chin here. You can't even really see what I'm doing. Kind of feeling my way around here. I want to start attaching these under his chin. Have the yellow needle. Seems to grab these Cotswold locks pretty well. And every now and then, give it a twist. So flip that over and keep attaching it right up under his lip. You can work your way right up some sideburns. Just pull some fibers along gently here. So that is one way to go. You can add a few more fibers here the same way to go more up his face. You see there, and then once you fold them over, just needle them down a little bit. You can adjust these curls and felt them in however you like. Want his little mouth to show still. So that's a very fun looking Santa. I'm going to peel this back so I can show you how to do the merino. I think I'm going to go with those curls on my Santa, but just so you know, I want to show you how to do it with roving. So I want to pull apart some of this roving, just pull it off. That's awful. It's not awful, it's beautiful. It has awful long fibers. The fibers are very long. So I want to spread these out. The same concept as before. Now this is alpaca, and it doesn't like to felt nearly as well as wool does, so it takes a little more poking to get it to stick up in the face there. I'm going to work up right onto the chin. Work my way around. And I'll be able to add more for sideburns, like I did the curly locks. So now I want to fold that right over. Hi, Santa. This is very fine and it sticks to everything, but it makes a beautiful beard. So I keep felting it right under his lip, just like I did the curls. You can clean up these ends just a little bit. I don't recommend cutting them, like giving them a haircut. It gives very blunt, unnatural ends. But when it's all felted on, if you can give it a twist together like so, and then you can take your scissors and just barely cut those wispy ends off. So to just like you added the curls up the side of the face, do the same thing. Let's see. We'll work up towards some sideburns here. Fold them over and felt them right down on top of that layer you just felted. And you have a fun little Santa beard. Let's get that adjusted so it overlaps these layers just a little bit. Blends together a little more naturally. There we go. He's so cute. You don't really want to see these loops, so take some time and felt that down. Try to make it look like it's growing out of his face instead of looped on there. So he's very, very cute like that. So depending on if you had a straight beard, you might want to have have straight hair, or if you had a curly beard, you might want to have curly hair, or you might want to mix and match. It's totally up to you. So, I think I'm going to put some curls on my Santa. So just like I attached him to the face, I'm going to use some of this fluff to work my way down. I'm going to start attaching fluff right in front of his ear, right behind his ear, working my way up, right on the back of the head, working my way up where I think the hairline would be. A couple twists now and again to really help secure that in there. So I'm going to come up to the top of his head where I think his part might be, and flip all this over, flip it all over, and just needle it into position. You can see how I'm kind of pulling it up. I want to give him a nice thick head of hair. So see how quickly and cute that makes your Santa. You can't even see his little ears anymore, but you can get in here if you want to. And kind of felt around the ears so you can still see him in there peeking out. So you would repeat that on the other side. So here, there's some nice curls on that side, so I want to put them down towards the head. Use these fluffs again to work up. Once I get up to the part, fold it over, and he's going to have a very messy, cute head of Santa hair. So I'm going to take this side off, and if you want to make him have straight hair with roving, it's the same fairly much the same techniques. I want to lay it down, going the opposite way. So start needling this in around his ears. Work my way up. So we're going to needle it in around his ears. Working your way up the hairline. And right across, stop right where you think the part might be. And then flip it over. And do the same thing and just start needling it down. That's a very cute look too. So the other thing you can do is remove all of this, remove, oh, that's hard to remove. I really needled that in. It's so fine. So we're going to leave that there. He's dictating this is the beard he wants, which I think is fine. What I wanted to show you was using merino batting. You can make Santa be balding. I think this is a cute look. And who says Santa has a full head of hair? He always had a hat on. This the Santa from my childhood. So what we're going to do is just starting right in front of his ear. We're just going to go along sort of like the fur trim. Sort of like the fur trim. But think of a male pattern baldness. Our little Santa's going bald. So we'll give him a little more on the back of his head. He's just losing it on top. So I'm leaving some fluff to it. And this will show from under his hat and it'll be a very cute look. So I'm going to start on this other side here. Again, right down in front of his ears, working my way around his ears. And how cute is that? Simple head of hair for a little old Santa. So now all I need is anything that's missing. Let's see. Now all I need is a hat. Santa is complete. I'm going to finish his other sideburn here. His hair doesn't really match his beard, but you know what? That's just a cute look. So, and I may just decide to change that male pattern baldness and get him his nice alpaca hair. We'll just decide after we get his hat on. We'll decide before I put the hat on. So I'm going to leave you to figure out his hair. Have fun with that. And when we come back, we will get his hat. So the last thing our little Santa needs is a hat. This guy has quite a long hat. He doesn't need to have such a long hat. He can have a short little hat. So it'll be up to you how much wool you want to use, how long you want to needle felt it. What we have to do is make quite a large triangular shape that we're going to flat felt right on our pad. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get it felted into a hat shape. So the longer your hat, the more you have to felt. Let's see, I'm going to get a nice even sheet laid out here on my felting pad. I don't need my hat to be really thick, and I need it to be wide enough to, around the bottom or around one side, to go around his head. So this part here will go around his head, and this will become the hat, and it will wind around like so, and it'll have a point. So it's easier to understand it once you see what I mean. What I'm doing here is I'm just spreading out the fibers so I can't see any of that black felting pad underneath, or very little of it. So the first thing I want to do is draw in the line. Now it's going to shrink some, so you want it to be able to go around his head, just a rough idea. Again, you can stretch it out to fit, but I think that's probably enough to wrap around, if not a little more, to wrap around that little Santa head I have. I don't want to make it too big because it takes a lot of work to felt it down. So there's a happy medium in there. So now I'm going to work my way up into a triangular point here, right midway, and my way down this way. So now what I have is a triangle drawn right into the wool. So my challenge here, and what I was talking about, you don't want to make your hat really long this way, you're going to have to felt it a lot more. So what you want to do is just keep going over this. Start working over here so it doesn't start pulling out. Again, I'm using that kind of side, I'm holding my needle at a pretty sharp angle. And go over it till you don't see these little puffs of air. give yourself a few minutes to go over it. We're going to felt it more, so it doesn't have to be perfect. Just most of those little puffs of air should be out. So I think that's getting to be close to ready to pulling off the pad, but we have to do one thing and clean up this one edge that's going to go around the head. This edge needs to get folded over and felted right in. Okay, looking good. So let's pull this up real gently. Turn it over. I see it's really thin right here, but I'm going to deal with that as I close the two sides together. Just working on this edge. Switch to my red needle. Make sure to get that a good felted edge there. Okay, so now I need my Santa. I need him to try on his hat. I want it to go all the way around his head. With a slight overlap. So let's see here. We're going to felt it right down to his head, so it's not going to need to stay on there all by itself. So I want it to be about that size right there, allowing for a little bit of shrinkage. So I want to pull off this extra bit right here. And this part's a little bit tricky because we don't want to felt it together. We always want to make sure his head can get in there. So I'm just attaching these two ends together using really shallow strokes. Some of those strokes are going through to the other side of the hat, but that's okay because as long as we pull it apart periodically, it will hold itself together. Now I'm going to reach in there, now that they're tacked together, and reach inside there and felt those fluffy ends that are inside too. We're going to felt those together from the inside out. Pretty loose hat, but it's going to work. It's going to work. So I have all these loose ends here to deal with, and I want to bring it up into a triangular point. So going just shallow as it takes. Try using your red needle from time to time. That helps do it a little more shallow on the surface. But at some point you're going to need to get it well felted together, and that's just going to mean pulling it apart from time to time. So anytime you want, you can reach right inside and felt it from the inside out. So I'm going to keep working it into a, I'm going to try to reduce it here a little bit more. Start making it more into a triangle shape. All these ratty fibers here on the end can just go. They're just in my way. So I'm going to loop all those together, sort of folded them all into themselves. I'm going to make a nice tip of the hat here. And just working my way down now. What this is going to take is some rolling around and fidgeting with it and fussing with it and needle felting it where you feel it needs it. What I have here are puckers, which I don't want, so I need to try to use some of this loose fiber here to fix up these puckers. Let's see, watch this. I need to reduce these big fluffy areas. Shrink these down. I think this red needle might work a little bit better. Turn it over and shrink this puffy area right into here. Trying to eliminate these puckers. I don't want to see any folds or seams in the hat. So let's see if that helped. I'm going to separate these a little bit and make it more of a hat again. So just going over it and felting it so that it's not so big and bell-shaped here. Every time I jab this needle in, it's shrinking it up just a little bit. So, and again, I can move it anytime on the inside. If you can see in there, it's kind of fluffy. So that's going to make a big difference. We don't want fluffy. Switch needles again. So that's getting to be a nice cute little hat shape already. Just keep rolling it around, felting on the outside, felting on the inside. Until you have a cute little hat that will fit right on your Santa. Pull mine down, and now I can take some of this extra, if it's a little big, I'll use that to attach it right down loosely to his head. We don't want it skin tight on his head, but we don't want it to come off. It'll just get lost. I have doll's hats that come off and they get lost all the time. So we're going to felt this right down to his head. Maybe leave a little of his hair showing back there. It's shrinking down still as I attach it to his head. So I'm just rolling it around till it makes me happy, and keeping out. I'm felting it right into his head till it looks like Santa's got his hat pulled tightly over his head. Working on this little area here that wanted to pucker and fold. I don't really want it to do that. Although if he has a stocking hat on, it will do that. So I'm going to pull that right out a little bit. So Santa's awfully cute. Let's fold his hat over. Let's do that. That'll be one cute final touch. So I'm just going to lay it down, looking at where it folded naturally, and flatten it out. Kind of rolling it back and forth, felting in that curve. So now all I have to do is felt it down like so. How cute is that? Really cute. And if you want a little pom-pom on the end, all you need is some more of this merino batting. And get it into a nice little tuft. Ripping it up a bit, and let's just felt it right to the end of this. Just rolling it around, attaching it on there. May have to get back in there now and reattach that head. Let's see. Isn't that cute? I folded it over. Now I want to just fix up that hat again. So you can also go around here. The last thing is to give him a nice fur ruff if you want around his hat. I think he likes that. So Santa's all warm and cozy, ready for his trip to deliver toys to all the good little boys and girls. What great gifts these little Santas make for your friends and loved ones. Great gifts for yourself for Christmas decor. Such a lifelike, happy Santa. He'll sure to be a favorite in any serious Santa collector's collection. So just keep going around, and that eyebrow's coming loose a little bit. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, ho ho ho! Thank you for joining us, and I hope you love your little Santas as much as I love mine.